Good evening, all of you out there. Thank you so much for making time to join us. We are in again for another session of great debate on the latest development on our political field. Wherever you're joining us from, please get in. Let us have discussions on the latest on the political field. What's up with the Hustler Mansion? What's up with the Raila Odinga in Kiambu today? What is the significance of Kabogo joining Azimio La Umoja? Is the mountain warming up to Baba at long last? What is the end game of all these political moves that every party is making, and every individual is determined to make sure that they are enjoying a sizable number of support?
Hello.
Vipi Frank wewe?
Poa sana.
Hali
niko poa, niambie.
Umemaliza mashujaa peke yako?
Hakukuwa na mashujaa hapa.
Kafyu ilipoondolewa ukaona usherekee peke yako?
Hakuna kitu, hata nimekula ugali tu na saga za Wakisia hapa.
Sasa saga ndio chakula, wewe hiyo ndio inatoa kansa. Wewe una habari?
Ya hata kansa, hiyo unajua Wakisi tuko hiyo inapatianga Wakisi nguvu. Hiyo ndio sisi yetu, ukikuta kienyeji ya nomo.
Okay. Sawa. Sasa baba amekuwa Kiambu. Mlima unapandwa upandwe?
Mlima inapandwa na lazima tupande mlima tufike juu. Na lazima tupate kura za mlima Kenya. Ile gia yenye baba anatumia kupanda mlima Kenya, ameanza na gia mzuri sana. You know, initially tulikuwa tunaambiwa baba hawezi akauzika Central. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa baba ni nyama yako ya nini? Ile inaitwaje bok kwa ya nguruwe. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa baba ni mguruki. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa baba ni sijini ama kii. But ukiangalia ile, unajua acha nikwambie, I just want to echo what Mr. Francis Atwoli yesterday alisema. Unaweza kama Raila hivi, yesterday Francis Atwoli alikuwa citizen, alisema Raila Odinga is a terrible organizer. Raila Odinga mnaweza kuwa mmekaa na yeye tu hivi, but huwezi ukajua ni nini anafikiria. Mmekaa na yeye hivi but hujui anafikiria nini. So Raila Odinga is a terrible organizer. Ukiangalia ile approach yenye ametumia kuingia Mount Kenya, ukiangalia ile njia yenye ametumia ile kuingia Mount Kenya place yenye hangeingia. Ukiangalia kama Nyahururu, the other day Raila Odinga alikuwa Nyahururu. 2017 baba akiwa Nyahururu alikimbishwa. Ukiangalia Embu penye baba alikuwa jana, 2017 baba akiwa Embu alikimbishwa. Pati jana hata kama tanga na MP wa Runyenche sijui anaitwaje, hata kama walileta unajua, wacha tu niwaambie leo watu wa Tanga. Ukiangalia zile klipu zenye wanaekanga Facebook wakisema eti baba leo alikuwa sijui Embu, alikuwa leo Ruiru, akapigiwa kelele. Wale ni watu wenye wamewekwa hapo wanalipwa pesa zao. Unaona? Wako na kamera. Wewe ukaniambia watu wawili peke yake na mtu mwenye anashika hiyo video ndiye anapiga kelele, alionekana wapi ende kushikwa hiyo video? Ni watu wamewekwa hapo kuonyesha ya kwamba watu wawili watatu wamekataa Raila asiingie mahali fulani. But hizo vitu sitatushinda. Kitu yenye baba anahitaji peke yake from Central Kenya is 30%. Hatuhitaji hata 40% ya kushinda kura. We need only 30%. Na hiyo 30% tunaweza toa Kiambu ama Ruiru peke yake. Unaona? So hatuhitaji kura nyingi kutoka Central Kenya. Tunahitaji only 30%. Nyinyi endeni mkaeke watu wenu, muwapatie kamera, muambie wakiona Raila Odinga wapige nduru, hata watoe nguo. We don't care. But ile approach papa ametumia kuingia Mount Kenya saizi, Raila Odinga is a terrible organizer. Raila Odinga si mtu unaendea na meno hivi kisiasa, lazima ujipange. Kama Ruto hajajipanga, anatumia meno ku approach Raila Odinga politically. then achipange ya kwamba meno yake inaenda kung'olewa. So kitu nataka kuambia watu wa Central.
Sawa Frank. Ni introduction Frank. Usimalize mambo yote.
Ngoja Bernard, nataka kuambia watu wa Central. In whose hand utakuwa safe? Mimi mwenyewe kama Frank, in whose hand nitakuwa safe kama president? Sawa, tuendelee kwenda mbele. Na nataka kuuliza hao majamaa wako hapa, in whose hand utakuwa safe? In whose hand?
Thank you Frank. We appreciate you. Let's continue with the conversation. Kirui Chepriot. Hali vipi?
Huyo amelala.
We Frank, relax. Kirui. Upo. Unmute utusalimie. Kirui ni kama kuna network problem. Client 13.17.3.
Bado huyu jamaa kwa hapa.
Yes. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning everywhere. Good evening Frank.
Good evening.
Okay. Let me just talk a little about that about Baba in Kiambu. What I should say is that I just see Baba just like a tourist attraction, yani. It is somebody watu tu wanakuja kuona huyu mtu mwenye tulikuwa tumezoea tu kuona kwa TV. It is not any value he is adding to his political career, but we are just tunatokea tu kumuona tu. Naona? Na hata akipitia tu mahali niko, nitatokea tu kumuona.
We, client. No.
Tutatokea tu.
No.
Tutatokea tu kumuona.
Frank, it's not that way.
Raila Odinga.
Okay, let me say this.
Order, Frank.
There is different between voters and the crowds. There is different between voters and the crowds. Crowd are paid with just like those 6,000 to come and cheer and see Baba and do things there. But there is difference between crowd and the voters. Those are not voters. Those are attracted by Baba, who wamekuwa akimuona akiorganize goons, kurusha mawe na nini na tear gas. Tunakuja kuona ule mtu amekunywa ile tear gas mingi Kenya hii. So Baba being in Kiambu or Nyeri or Murang'a, it will add no value. But when we will go to vote, we will go direct to the man.
What is the basis of your argument?
Yes.
What is the basis of your argument? You are only one person.
Definitely, definitely me, I work in Kiambu and we just tulitokea kumuona. Unaona? Si ati tunaenda ati tutamvotia ama tutawahi mvotia, but we want to see this person who have history ya kukunywa tear gas mingi sana. It is not about tutampigia kura.
Ulileta watu wangapi kwa mkutano ya Baba?
Yes?
Ulileta watu wangapi kwa mkutano ya Baba?
Sahi hata akitokea tu mahali kwenye hakuna hakuna watu watampigia kura, tutaenda tu kumuona.
Niambia unafanya kazi Kiambu, sio? Na umetokea kwenda kumuona Baba. So nataka uniambie, how many people did you ferry to go and see Baba the way you did?
I did not ferry because we were in Kiambu. So there was no issue. We just came out to see this man mwenye anasukumwa Mount Kenya, kama mwenye anasukumwa na watu Mount Kenya. So bringing Baba to Kiambu or Central or Nyeri or Murang'a will add no value to his political career, and he will feel terribly. And we will be very comfortable in the hand of His Excellency Deputy President
Okay,
come
congratulations for that.
2022.
That's your opinion,
Baba will
and
retire
I
as early
respect
as
that.
possible.
Ngoja kwanza, you have retired this man 3 times. He's still here, so relax. You're too young to rule on that one. That one I will give it to you for free. Now, where is this guy? 1, 2, 3, 4. All Kipurukrui and Chepurenini have gone. Where are they? Sawa sawa. James usalimie alafu ndo tuendelee.
Habari yenu?
Nzuri, vipi? Karibu.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
I think the other day I told you, let us make this show a serious show. Let us not invite people to come and perpetuate tribal stereotypes and hatred against the personalities that are contesting. If we have criticism, let us give criticism that is verifiable. For somebody to just merely say that, call someone names because you don't like the person, it shows your level of understanding and intelligence is very low, and that actually, Bernard, be very ruthless. This is a very serious show. This is not a place where you just come and start spewing hatred and tribal sentiments. They help no one. I thought this show is to help us understand deeply what is happening in our society, not a platform for jokes. Those ones somebody can spare to go and talk in a kiosk as he is taking mandazi and the tea with his colleagues. Otherwise, for some of us, we feel insulted when we participate in this kind of a thing. Okay, to go back to what is happening is that it is very unfortunate people change goalposts. We have been seeing those who ran ahead in campaigns attracting crowds. Those crowds for them have been portrayed as popularity. But when other actors come into the limelight and start going around and attract crowds, the crowds are dismissed as mere either hydras or people who have nothing to do. While it is not scientifically known that those who attend political rallies actually do vote, but what we know is that every political personality has premium in politics. That's why somebody like Musalia Mudavadi or Kalonzo Musyoka will not attract as many people as possible when they go there. Maybe it's not that they are hated by people, but there must be something. There must be some charisma that is seen in those that attract crowds. The people must have something. They have a reason why they gravitated towards them and would want to see them and listen to them. So let us be factual. I know crowds don't mean votes, even for those who ran ahead in terms of campaigns. Also, politics is not static. There are those who have been moderate and have been waiting for various other factors. Even up to now, in Central, there is quite a significant population waiting for the direction of the head of state, who they trust as a leader and a person who can direct them in the right direction to tell them who would secure their rights when he is not there. We cannot overlook this because finally, when you look at issues, the issue of leadership is delegated, because you will notice that apart from seeing some of these political actors who come from far off from our neighborhoods, apart from seeing them through the television stations, you have never come close to them. That's why people rely on the leaders in the Roko area to tell them whether that is a person they can trust or they can't trust. So my take is this, that there is a lot of conversation going on in central Kenya, even up to now. Of course, there are those who have taken possession. There are those who are fanatically UDA, but there is also a population that is waiting for the head of state, Uhuru, to give them direction. There are also those who will make their own private decisions, but they are observing keenly what is happening before they even make up their minds. So it is very early to talk authoritatively that this is the direction in which. Also, don't forget that the leaders in that area have said they will go into a meeting and they will scrutinize the characters who have given an indication that they would want votes from the region. And we do not know what discussions will take place. And then from there, the statement that they'll make, which could quickly sway the direction of the personalities to be supported, largely in terms of where the majority will go. But for me, from my observation, is that this is not going to be a block vote. What will happen is that one candidate will carry a majority, maybe even 70 or 60%, but there is also a population that also will go the other direction. That is my take for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Let's get to. Okay, let's hear from Kigiwa Badoiko. This banner guy. Okay, there's this. All right. I wanted us to hear from Mala first. Mala came first. Mala upo.
Bernard, thank you. Can you give me 2 minutes,
yes,
please? Only 2 minutes. I finished something.
Thank you, mute. All right. Okay, Captain Tisa.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Karibu.
This is a very serious show, and we must be very serious people. It pains my ego to actually listen to people arguing with emotion. We are not going to help this country if our debates are based on feelings. That is taking us back, and we are moving ahead. We should not start arguing based on who we hate and who we love. We should learn to argue with fact and convince. Actually, this debate is supposed to convince those who are not in your camp to come to your camp based on how you are selling the policies, the ideologies, and the agenda of your candidate. My brother has talked there with a lot of emotion, saying that they just go out there to see Raila Odinga just like any other person. There's no problem, but I think you should have these facts even as he goes to bed. 207. Somebody should mute. Somebody should mute. Somebody should mute. Someone should mute.
Just go on. We'll sort that. Go on. We'll sort that.
207. Raila Odinga won election. That we all know. That he won election in 207. At that particular time, he was pulling crowd. People were going to listen to him. 2013, we also know what happened. At that time, People were going to his rallies to listen to him, what he stands for. 2017, up to this particular point, server is still closed and counting of votes are still is still ongoing. We also know what happened. Raila Odinga is not actually somebody who just leaves and goes out there and waits for people to go and listen to him. People would want to listen to this man. So I want to remind my brother that he does not know Raila Odinga is talking about. Kabogo is not a fool to associate himself with Raila Odinga. He is not a fool. Those who welcomed Raila Odinga today in Kiambu are not Luo Nyanza MPs. Neither are they Kisii MPs, but they are MPs and they're leaders of that particular region. Remember in 2017, to tell this guy that things have changed and people are now reasoning and seeing sense. In 2017, Raila went to Kiambu. I remember. Not even any local leader welcomed him. He didn't have any, in fact, didn't have any local leader in his campaigns. But this time around, these local leaders have come out to actually welcome him. That one should show this guy that things have changed and people are going to choose between a good leader and a bad leader. Two, I also want to tell my friend here that if we are going to sell fear, because basically what he's doing is selling fear, and he's telling you that what they have said, what they have decided, is that it is this person. But just as James has put it,
Captain.
yes, yeah,
You are doing well, but I know you are a very serious debater on this platform. Don't address one person. Let us concentrate on the topic, or else we get deviated and begin to chase after what needs not to be chased.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I stand guided there. Okay. The topic of the day is Raila in Kiambu. I want to tell you, it was a good reception. The message is clear. He's still selling his agenda and his plan to the people. And I know people are changing their minds and they're seeing sense in what the man stands for. Then today, Ruto also received some gift from, I think, Gidurai traders. There's no problem. That is good. That is politics. As long as whatever they're doing is towards the betterment of this country. So if those gift was given, he'll again go back to the street and give them to Aslas the way, because he lives for us the way he says. There's no problem. Ours is to see him doing well in his quest to become the next president of this country. The very last, which I will conclude with, is that the message is home. The message is actually home. I saw today the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya calling Raila Odinga the system's candidate. You know, it shocks me. The Raila I know does not need any endorsement from anybody to become president. Even Ruto knows that the guy he is competing against does not need any endorsement anywhere. He doesn't need any endorsement anywhere. The guy is competing, has always been asking for free and fair election. The guy is campaigning against, has always been asking for accountability and transparency in our electoral system. So that if we have that, I can assure you that we are going to wash Ruto dry, because we have an agenda. We are telling our people, we are not angry, we are not annoyed, we are atuna makasiriko. We are only selling agenda to our people and telling them that the only hands you will be safe in are the hands of Raila Odinga. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Let's go to Ole Koisikir. Hey.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. This is Masai from Narok.
And
I want to echo the guys who are in the platform, in the show. They're really contributing very important points towards the betterment of this forum in this country. But I have few to say. Raila Odinga is our son. Ruto is our son. Let us give them time and a humble time to come and persuade Kenyans on who, through their manifestos, on what agendas they have for us. It is very bad to start rebranding leaders, regardless of the office they own or they have served. It is so shameful for us to start rebranding them with fake narratives that has not been proven in any court. It is good that we be wise on this and let us stop this kind of sycophancy we have towards leaders. We need to choose leaders who are coming to take Kenya forward. We are not electing any leader based on his tribal community he came. But these guys, let us allow them sell their ideas, and then let us listen to them. We are going to vote. Through the ballot, we will express our will. And then I want to just, there is a fellow who said here that Raila Odinga won. We have come along and we have really had the challenges on that. It is unlawful and it is not correct when you say someone has won and is not the sitting president. We have another president who won the election. Let us accept the results and move on. Let us see how we can take this country forward without blaming anybody, without saying the system has done this, so and so has done this, so and so has done this. Now we have time to elect these guys come 2022. Let us do our politics in a very amicable way. Let us try our best to calm our people wherever you are. Let us talk to our people. Let us persuade them, but let us not profile some ethnicity and some hatred among us. Yes, the hustler is doing well, and the Raila Odinga is doing well in their campaigns. We saw even them yesterday in Manguru Stadium. They shake hands, they hugged, they laughed at each other. But here, we are busy blaming ourselves about Raila Odinga this, Ruto this. It doesn't make sense, guys. Let us come out of this. And I challenge every one of you to just take these guys in one platform. That Ruto is ours, Raila is ours, Uhuru is ours, and any other candidate is ours. Now that these people belong to Kenya, they have ideas that are selling to us. Let us engage them. Let us hear them. And then at the end of the day, nobody is left out in choosing a good leader. But it is also shameful that our leaders are rebranding each other. The other one call another one Maganga, the other one call another one Muisi. I don't know what is going on with these leaders. But as Kenyans, let us come and let us give these guys a chance. In every community they visit, let us welcome them and listen to them. And no matter who joins who, it doesn't matter. Your votes matters. Tufanye siasa kwa amani. Sandeni.
Okay, thank you, David. Let's hear from James Blue.
Jambo.
Jambo vipi?
Salama sana. So, as usual, I like sticking to the topic of the day. But before that, I wanted to pose some questions to these honorable people seated here to listen to each other and have a discussion, a healthy one. My questions are as follows. One, where is Oka? Oka ilienda wapi? Two, rafiki yangu David Ole Koisikir The other presidential aspirants like Muhisa Kitui, where are these people? Mbona watu wameanza kuingia nyasi because I'm not seeing them. And I also want to ask my friend, yes, the past is the past. Even though it pains a lot to accept something that you know it isn't, you know, hiyo kitu ya kusema tukubali it's unlawful. You know, rafiki yangu, when you say it's unlawful, and some things are as clear as day and night who won in 2007. Hiyo kitu inaniuma sana. So last question. The last question. Long time ago we used to believe that kumbe ni ngumu sana, it's like selling pork near Jamia Mosque. Baba akienda huko Mount Kenya. Mbona watu wamenyamaza sana? Why that panic? So those were my 3 questions. Now back to the topic of the day. Raila in Kiambu. Bwana, let us not allude that these people who are joining Baba are not fools. Somebody said Kabogo is not a fool. Anaona mahali anaingia. So let us not allude that those people who are also defecting from the other side and joining the Uda thing are fools. Let us be very careful. Kabogo namjua vizuri, he knows how to play his cards well, but not so perfectly, kwa sababu angejua 2017 angeshindwa na Waititu. Now Baba in Kiambu, nimefurahi sana. You've seen the style. Anajaribu sana. Those leaders who accompanied Baba, not as rafiki yangu Musalia, with the due respect, when he's in the coast province, anatembea na kina Malala, sijui Savul, those people from the western part of Kenya. We saw the face of Mount Kenya today. 7 governors out of 10 are endorsing Baba, my friends. Sikizeni vizuri. And the Azimio La Umoja caravan is now growing bigger and bigger every day. Inabeba hii. Let us not bother quoting our elder Atuoli, kwa sababu some things he has just prophesied before zimekuja zikaungua kama njugu, umesahau ukaendea kitu. Alipredict ya Trump, akaongelea maneno ya BBI, though is factual at times, but let us not just rely on what he says. Kiambu, mmejionea tu vile watu wametokea. Baba anajua kuongea. He knows how to address his audience. He is addressing the elderly people well. Anajua sasa kuna shida ya the social protection. 6K. Msione kama ni mchezo, it's achievable, it can be done. Pia ameambia vijana, he talked to His Excellency the President, and you've seen the rollout of that kazi mtaani program. Allocation of what 10 billion is not a joke. I want also to commend, mukiangalia vizuri, people are moving as far as Molo. Kama huyu mzee ametoka Molo anaenda kuongelesha watu wa Kiambu. There is a sense of kuna sense of being selective in terms of the leadership people want. It's not all about sycophancy. Ingawa pia watu ulalia mahali interest zao ziko, we also see a shift. Like I myself, I am a voter in Nandi. Not so long ago, watu walikuwa naogopa sana ku disclose their party, the parties they affiliate because of that fear. But nowadays, unaona hii freedom is now crippling. Inakuja karibu tu kwa mlango. Hivi karibuni you will just see me with an orange cape and an orange t-shirt. Nitaanza kutupa hii ya Chelsea. So to the other camp, ile zawadi mzee alipata, I had Murkomen and Duale talk. Mnaona kuna mashindano hapa kwa siasa, lakini you will see somebody arguing with some bitterness. Sijui uchungu ka uchungu kanatokea wapi bwana eh? Now nikasikia mtu anasema if you want to know the past of this country, ask Raila, and if you wish to know where we are heading as a country, talk to the chief chicken seller. Bwana, it's a fallacy. Mzee amejipanga, ako na darubini yake, hata akikaa chini anaangalia miles away. Let us not lie. Leadership is all about wisdom and that gray hair. Huyu mzee anatupeleka sehemu mzuri. Ole Koisikir, I really want to echo what you said. Siasa tusifanye na hasira. Naona saa hii. One last question I want to ask. If today, because I'm a diehard and a big supporter of Baba, not because of anything, but because of what I see best from him, tutakubali matokeo. This narrative actually must start with me and you kama mwananchi, because I have these people around me, tunaongeanga kila siku, we discuss politics when we go out there. Kuna jamaa anasema kama fulani hata chukua kama ni noma, that thing actually I feel it inafanya nachukia this competition at times. I feel kuna fear I have some fear at times, kwa sababu some members are telling me bwana, huyu lazima atachukua, na asipochukua you know what comes next. You saw that Farah mahali mama anaitwa nani, alikuwa kwa morning breakfast show, akasema if somebody is winning and the other side is trying to do some monkey what business. If you saw that clip at this thing is going bloody hell bwana, such thing we need to be very careful, kwa sababu tunaangalia numbers don't lie. Baba bwana has been having numbers. It's only that blessing tumepata for the first time, and I told people this is Mandela's moment and it's indeed God's time. Wacha baba bwana, kama ni kubeba abebe, and the other side we also want to compete fairly, fair and square. Mkishindwa tuache hii kasumba ya kusema tutafukuza nani, sijui we will hunt down those who are supporting the other side. Let us have this freedom of choosing what we want as Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James Blue. I believe everybody is getting that clear, and we'll keep the conversation going. Injustice to one is injustice to all, and injustice not addressed remains alive until it is addressed. So if we say that we forget about the past and chart the way forward, the past we left behind without addressing will catch us in the front where we're going and stop us. So let us not get deceived to think that we can close our eyes and say nothing happened, nothing is going to happen. It will eventually happen again. Those who don't draw lessons from history are bound to repeat the same history. So, and that one remains that as a reality that each one of us must accept. Tusijaribu kucheza ostrich game. James, una swali?
I think it is also important that we isolate the issues that he brought up in his campaigns, so that we can bring a focus to the debate. One of the things he repeated is that monthly stipend for the poor. The other issue that may have escaped many people in one of the meetings, it was saying that he's the only person who can assure those who lost their land and have never gone back to their farms can reclaim their property. And the fact that the grant for students. So I think when we debate that way, or that we can all be able to know what messages are being passed in specific areas, we'll be able to bring out to bring out specific issues. We interrogate whether they are correct ones or not. But that issue of who can you trust, and that there are people who are deprived of their property in the past and have never enjoyed their property since then, and he's the only one who can come and assure them that they can reclaim their property and enjoy it, came up in one of the meetings that he held in the series of the meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. I will get time to get into that. We are only doing the introductory part of this show, which is becoming very strong, and I want everybody to keep the focus. Everybody is going to get a chance to speak. Client, you're lifting your hand.
Okay, let me say that I've been in this forum for a bit long, and I'm sure at this forum Baba will always win. But it is better and it is good we try to talk the truth and the fact. Let us not lie ourselves. Let us not just conclude things which we may not be sure. Let us not give some people hopes and then ikienda opposite tukuwe na another issue. So I have been very consistently telling the Baba follower to tell him the truth. Waache kumpigisha kichaka, wamwambie ukweli haendi pahali. Please.
I don't deny the fact that you've been on this platform more than enough time, and you have been consistent in your claims. The only problem I have with you is that you only claim without substantiating. That's number one. Number two, from your look, I think you only voted in 2017, if I'm not wrong. And so, how the politics of this country has evolved from 92 to 2017, it's been a long journey. And so maybe Patriot will address you. We had a young man here yesterday by the name Caleb, and we guided him, and he began to understand what we are up against. You have, I'm sure you have a clique around you, okay? You have your peers, and you have your talks in your kwa hiyo base yenu, na kuna vile mna convince yourselves to believe a certain way. But I don't think even if Sagana meeting is called, your clique will be called. The Mount Kenya vote decided by elders, is not decided by you guys. So afadhali tulia, sikiliza wazee, sikiliza wale wako mbele yako, sikiliza wale wako chini yako, then make a personal decision. Who's speaking on behalf of people who have not authorized you to speak on their behalf?
Bernard, I voted my first vote back 2002. I voted 2007, 2013, 2017. So I have experience. Yes.
In voting or in deciding how the mountain will vote. Where is your experience?
I have experience in voting and how na venye power huwa inaenda uongozi.
Okay.
So this daydreaming of telling Baba he will win.
Ngoja kwanza client. I'm trying to avoid the calculated effort to divert the discussion as it has always been. Today I'm keep the focus, and since you had already made your submission, I would want to give other people give their first submission first, then tukikuja hiyo round ingine uta battle, and just arm yourself and be equipped, because you must substantiate everything you are saying. But what I know is that nothing is cast in stone. Change can take place even as we enter the booth, leave alone what we discussed last night. So changes can take place anytime. And they can change to any direction. And like we have said, the presidential seat for this country is up for grab, and anybody can get it. It is not a reserve of anybody. So nobody should say, this is mine, and nobody should take it. That the reason why we go to vote to decide is it means that seat is open to anybody. So anybody claiming that somebody's stopping them or somebody's hindering them or somebody must get the seat, that is not democratic. For us to be democratic, we must be open to the outcome of what the decision of each and every Kenyan voter will make in the booth. Sawa sawa. So nobody has this seat. It is not vacant yet, and until it's declared vacant and different people will bid for it, whoever wins gets it. Thank you. There was more, this man here. Omgambi. Omgambi, are you there? Omgambi seems okay. Patriot, briefly, greet us, introduce the discussion for Yuanini. Don't go too much.
Bernard,
So
can I
that
ask
we
you a
all have a
question?
brief introduction, then we continue.
Bernard, can I ask
Thank
you a question?
Yes. So, Sam?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Bernard, on the side of clarity and fairness, I was just asking, is it in order if someone is making a submission based on someone who supports, is it in order for you to actually interject and stop them based on whom they're supporting? Because there's a guy who's called James was talking about Baba, and he said that he's the one gonna take the day and others should accept, and you kept quiet. When client came in, because he supports a different candidate, you stopped him, and I feel like you don't express other people to say whom they, because I expected you should have said to the same to client, to James Blue, that allow people, it's not good for you also to say other people should, because you were saying exactly what client said based on the different side of which he supports the other candidate. So let us be fair on each and everyone, regardless of the candidate they support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And I repeat again, okay? One of the purpose of coordinating this debate is to see to it that we don't deviate. So if I notice that where you're going is getting us out of what we are discussing, it's my duty to bring us back. It has nothing to do with who you are supporting or how you are supporting. It has everything to do with, are you factual or you just want to have an argument? If you want an argument for the sake of argument, then we are wasting time. And that is what I want. It had nothing to do with this one is speaking for Raila, this one is speaking for Uda. It's what are your facts at hand. And then this is introductory part. Everybody will have their time to make their full submission for 5 minutes. So client can get his facts ready. He will have a chance to do that. Thank you.
Okay, Bernard.
But Bernard, you are supposed to be to accept to be corrected. We are reasoning you, we are following you kindly. If we say you are somehow biased, change, be neutral. You cannot follow that and you are taking sides.
Client, I gave you opportunity. You are the first person, you are among the first people to make submission. I don't want to be put on defense over nothing. Okay? You made your submission. There are people here who have not yet said anything. So I thought you're lifting up your hand to do what? To ask a question. That is the reason why I gave you the opportunity. Now, after you lifted your hand, you began to make a new fresh submission before other people. It's my duty to see to it that everybody get a fair hearing on this platform. Please, let's not get into this victim mentality of trying to defend what is undefendable. Thank you. Patriot, please.
Hello, comrades. I hope you guys are doing well. I want to ask that I take this opportunity to congratulate the Kenyan people who are supporting this program by both, participating on the platform directly and indirectly. I think we are making progress as a country in terms of democracy, fairness when it comes to freedom of speech and expression. I think that is a, a road that we are all, walking and riding on well. I want to congratulate everybody who is on this platform. I get delighted every time I come on board to make my contribution. And as we've always said, our mind will be to emphasize that decorum, decency, and respect for each other should be the order of the day. An issue that we are doing very well, as far as I'm concerned. Every time I see people improving the way we speak, I think that is an indication on where our country is going. So on the issue of Baba and His Excellency, the Deputy President, as far as the politics of this country is concerned, I think, things are getting clearer. Darkness and light, they're clearly getting separated. And we can see where night side of the day is and the day side of the day. So I think since I will have time to put in my contribution in depth, I should just use this opportunity to thank everybody who's on board. And let's hope at the end of this discussion, we will have learned one thing from the other. And that will make our country greater than it is. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Victor Kip. Victor Kip, unmute and speak. Yes, go ahead. Unmute, Kwanzaa, unmute. I think Victor has technical issues.
Right now.
Penny, carry. Okay. Yes, carry on. Carry on, Victor.
It is okay now, please. Bernard, is it okay,
we can
please?
hear you, although there are some distortions.
Okay. I think it's okay now. Okay, how are you, everyone? My view on this political move between these two elephants that we are having, that is Right Honorable Raila Odinga and Right His Excellency the Deputy President. Me, first of all, what I have to believe in as a Kenyan, not based on political lineage of where I come from or where you might be coming from, is that first of all, we have to look at
now keep.
As our leader. Be it each and every one of them is going to win, they'll still be our leaders. Be it is you voted him
Victor,
in or
your
not.
audio is terrible. Your audio is terrible. Please log out and log in. Balance your audio properly. Are you using an earphone?
Okay. Okay, please.
Yeah. We can hardly follow what you are saying. So log out and log in so that
I'm using an earphone.
You're using an earphone. Just balance it so that we can get what you're saying, because there's a lot of noise.
It's okay. Let me do that.
Thank you. Omgambi, are you now ready?
Okay, please.
Omgambi, are you back? Oh, God. All right. Penny, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
You're welcome. What is your take on latest development?
Okay, I've been up and about, but I think I watched a bit of the clips, and the rally to me was a big success for Raila, and the fact that there are still some more people joining his camp is an indication that they are seeing a likelihood of Raila being successful, or rather being capable of winning. So we expect many more defections, and I think the rally was quite a success. I might not contribute much, but I think for Raila, having Kabogo in his team is a plus for him. And politics is all about perception. I can see something about the gifts at the Hustler Mansion. I think Themba knows how to bring it out so well. You know, in politics, nothing happens just by chance. So the fact that people were giving DP some gifts at his mansion, I could see bananas amongst many other gifts. He wants to create this perception that he is loved. And for me, whatever it takes to convince people that you're winning is what you are needed to do, as long as you're not being abusive, as long as you're not being using inflammatory statements that could land the country into chaos. So I don't have a problem with the giftings. If that's a strategy for him to create the perception, well and good. And I think Baba also today donated a machine in Kiambu, and the residents were quite happy. They really welcomed the gift. So none of the candidates should castigate the other for giving gifts or even giving handouts, because at some point, if you're not giving anything, and that is the pace that they have set, that campaigns you're supposed to go with something. So if mkono mtupu haulambwi, so if you keep going just talking to people and not giving anything, much as we know we are not encouraging the tokenism and the idea of dishing out cash and stuff like that, but I think it should be done in a manner that doesn't seem like someone is trying to buy people's loyalty. It is normal for leaders to give gifts, but I think it can be done sparingly. It cannot be that in every rally that you go, if you go in 5 rallies, all the youths in your 5 rallies are going to get 2 million shillings. So it should not be perceived like you're trying to buy people's loyalty or to cover up for your shortcomings. You know, it should be something that comes right from your heart. So I think that is my take for now. I'm going to follow up on the other members on their contributions.
Okay, thank you, Penny. Victor, let's see if your audio is rekebishwad. Victor, keep.
Yes, please. How are you? I think it's clear.
Sorry?
From your end.
Hardly, but
think
try
my audio is clear
to
from
do your
your
submission.
Am I clear from your end, please?
Yes. Stay closer to the mic and speak.
Can't get you clear, Bernard?
It's not very clear, but we can get one or two things you're saying. Carry on. Are you okay?
Bernard, I can't get you clear from your end.
Yeah, your audio is
I'm
not
okay now.
clear. Are you? It's like you are logged in with 2 gadgets or something. Are you watching as well
No,
as?
no. I'm using only one.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you can let me switch off my. Can I switch off my
I think
video camera?
Able try that and see if it will improve. Okay, carry on.
Okay, please, can you get me clear?
It's okay. Just
Am I
make
clear,
your
please?
submission. Yes.
Okay. First of all, let me appreciate what Penny has said. But to my side, first of all, I'll say all these leaders are our leaders. If Ruto today will stand and win, me personally, I'll say it's okay. If Raila will stand and win, I'll first of all say it's okay. Because what are we as Kenyans looking at the end of this political tyranny? First of all, we are looking at development. Right now, if we say that the government formed by His Excellency the President and his deputy never achieved its own target, we won't blame Ruto for the same. We will be blaming, just like we are now saying the success of the previous government were the success of Kibera, not the success of his vice. What am I trying to say? If today we come and look at Raila as an individual, these people are good friends with our friend Raila and Uhuru. If you look at Ruto too, is a friend to Raila Uhuru. But it is us as Kenyans that we are trying to be misunderstood by these leaders. Why can't we sit down and say, after all, the best person will win, and tomorrow what we'll be fighting for is development? Currently, as Kenyans, let's see, we have a very big debt that we are forced to fight so that we may see our level in development somewhere. If Raila will win, he won't say that I will not be in debt. That is the debt of Uhuru. No. If Ruto will win, he won't say that I will not pay the debt because it's the debt of Raila. It's the debt of Uhuru. It is us, the taxpayers, that we are going to suffer on each and every type of debt because we are the taxpayers. What am I trying to bring across? To put across? Let's see. If today we will have a mechanism that will be used by any of these two leaders to elevate the standard of living from where we are to somewhere better, that is the best leader. Okay, if we say we are voting Raila, it is good. If we say we are voting Ruto, it is good. But let me question you as Kenyans. What if Raila and Ruto today say that we are not going to contest? Does it mean we won't be having another president? Let's go back. Let's refrain from this thinking of it is my tribe that must win. It is not your tribe. It is we as Kenyans that we must win against poverty and underdevelopment. If we talk politically, yes, Raila has been moving. He has been pulling crowd. We have been seeing all over. Ruto has been doing the same. But has that not changed the way we are living? Not really. Let that political change begin from our brains. That is, we can now come clearly and say we have a Kenya that is going forward, a progressive Kenya, not a Kenya made of Raila, not a Kenya made of Ruto. Back to Penny again. If someone comes to any meeting and offers something to anybody, that is out of a clean heart. Remember, this is politics. Even if we say that mkono mtupu haulambwi, that is a saying. But giving does not necessarily mean you must be rich for you to give. You can give whatever you have out of a clean heart. Does that one mean we cannot build churches? No. Does that one mean Raila cannot give? No. If he has an opportunity to give, let him give. If Ruto has an opportunity to give, let him give. But the challenge comes in one thing. Tomorrow while you are voting, I want to tell you this. While we as Kenyans we are voting, let's behave like like a chicken. You will feed your neighbor's chicken in your compound. It will feed on the maize, but once it comes to the time of laying an egg, it knows the right nest to lay the egg. It won't just lay for you. So that is my thinking, and that is my take, Bernard. Kindly back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Thank you, Victor. I'm glad with your submission, and I believe every Kenyan should buy into that. We have a nation to take care of, and this nation would outlive all of us. And so our political decisions must be geared
Bernard,
towards
clear and mute your
Kenya.
mic, please.
Sorry? Take again, Victor. Oh, okay. Sorry, I think you can work on your technical issues and then come back later and we'll proceed. Let's now hear from Benz Oseno. Karibu sana.
Are you getting me?
Very clearly. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you. How are you?
Not bad. I've been following this link for quite some time, 2 weeks now. Today I've decided to try my luck and join. Then I contribute a little as things are unfolding. Or when I restrict myself to the topic of today about the gifts in Hustler mansions, okay, I don't know the significance, but you see, these things are stage managed, because if I've been invited to a place by somebody like Deputy President, how would I think as a trader to carry bananas or tomatoes, labda pineapples, you know? So you see, this kind of things, okay, they are stage managed. I don't know to achieve what. Hapo ndio sijajua. So I don't know whether it's portraying Ati is a simple man, what he can accept any gift from anybody who is poor, you know. But you see, even if you are rich, sincerely speaking, these things you use them like tomatoes, bananas. But to me, I didn't really get what they were trying to achieve by this. Then on the issue of the people who came, you know, they came from Githurai, which is a part of Mount Kenya. You know, I've really taken my time to understand what really happens in Githurai. First, Githurai is a place whereby, Bernard, even if you go tomorrow, you'll find thousands and thousands of people. It is a market. And it is a market which runs daily. Another thing, what I've noticed with that place, it is also one of the dangerous places in Nairobi now. It has all sorts of people. Try to even remove your phone there. Itaenda. So it's a place whereby you cannot say all those people are genuine people or genuine voters. Some of them, in fact, quite a number of them don't have even votes. But when a politician comes there, they will tell you what you want to hear. And they will cheer you up as if how sasa ndio what I decide where you come president or you will not come the president. But if you really follow those people well, quite a number of them don't even have votes. Because some don't even have IDs, because they cannot take IDs, because they are even wanted, in wanted list. They are dangerous people. I'm not saying all of them, but quite a number of them. Another thing, at this level we are, it is going to be very, very difficult for us saying, oh, I own Mount Kenya, oh, I have majority of votes, oh, 9 months is still a long, long, long time to talk of owning a place. Next year in March, April, May, it will be a different ball game, let me assure you. And it will depend on the leaders also. And that is where you cannot take it for granted. The leaders who are in Mount Kenya, especially, for example, if you can see now, out of 10 governors exist, I mean, the current governors in Mount Kenya, 7 are now supporting Raila Odinga. Do you really think you take that one for granted? Yes, the DP has some MPs, which also we cannot take for granted. But the game is still very, very far. We are not going to say, I cannot decide now, but what I can say is all the candidates to penetrate. You see now Raila is now penetrating to the rural areas. Not town centers. Town centers is popular, has a lot of different tribes. It is good, yes, but try to, if you want real voters from central province, go to the villages. Let them penetrate the villages like what Raila was doing today. And then also talk to leaders. Okay, in case of Kiambu, you see now the current governor is with Raila. The former governor today joined the Raila camp. You think it is for coincidence? You think those people are stupid if the ground is wild against Raila? No, those are people who they are expecting to be in the government. So you cannot go to a place where you think everything has been decided. I mean, the common man who votes have decided that they are going the opposite way and you people are going the other way. So Apple, there are some quite of hope somehow for Raila. But for Mr. Ruto, William, to me, in Central Province or any other provinces, I mean, or any other regions, is going to be forced to work with the leaders, whom he's been calling tribal leaders. If he doesn't do that, he will be in for it. He will be, because now, you know, even me now, for example, you come to my constituency, you go there, insult my MP, and you don't know how that my MP is rooted in that area. Okay, you can check some voters, because not every voters will agree with the MP. They would even want, some would want somebody who is opposing that MP so that they join together. But you cannot underrate somebody in his area or her area. So working with those leaders, for me, is very important. You cannot say they are tribal and you don't work with them. You cannot say their parties are tribal. You don't work with their party. You don't work with their parties. No, that is not going to work like that. That is why we fought for multi-party. Because multi-party means everybody can come with a party, and so long as a party has been registered, it means it is legal. So you cannot start telling me that my party is a tribal and yours is not a tribal. Based on what? and they are all registered and certificate has been issued. For me, that is my submission.
Okay, thank you, Bent. I appreciate your input. I want us to hear from this guy here has a celebration, huh? Malawi.
Right. I'm getting you.
Which party are you throwing for us?
Okay, I'm in UDA. And yeah, listen to me, man. Listen, eh? And
No. I'm just for clarification purposes,
yeah.
Because if the drink you are drinking it's hot drink, then it is not supposed to be displayed on national television like this one.
Somebody,
you are giving people advertisement before they pay for advertisement fee, so we will charge you after this show.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Hata hii inaonekana.
We endelea kunywa hiyo, lakini nataka kupatia dakika 2-3 useme maoni yako, alafu tusonge mbele. Sawa sawa?
All right.
Karibu.
So for me, I want to be on the side of the hustlers, and I want to justify the reason as to why William Ruto will be the president come 2022. Raila Odinga has been in politics for quite long, the same way as Ruto. I have some 6 incidences where I think that Ruto has used his political wits to outsmart his competitors. Starting from when he was a beginner in politics, you remember the story of Chesire and the way Moi wanted to endorse that Chesire man. Then things turned out Ruto used his own prowess to outsmart Chesire. You understand that? So Ruto has been a student of both Raila Odinga. He has been a student of the deep state which Raila Odinga supporters are bragging of. He has over the ages spanned and learned how political journeys are made. Let's take for instance the 2007 political journey that shaped his career of today. William Ruto, it is quite undisputable that he is the one who made Raila Odinga the prime minister, because if it were not for Ruto's energetic powers, the youth powers that he used to the show-outs. You remember at Bomas of Kenya when he wanted to piga rungu kivuitu? You know that thing, when that thing was actually the show of a political energy. You know, during that time we wanted politicians who could maybe fight physically. So Ruto grew up in a time when politics was equivalent to energy. You understand? Raila Odinga was also living during that time, but he never believed in energy. He believed in what we call this thing, activism, but on perverse activism. Perverse activism is where you use maybe some theories like retrogressive theories, like the ones he was using, the reverse psychologies of tear gas Mondays and all that, going to an extent.
That retrogressive. Mulawi, you call that retrogressive.
I'm calling it retrogressive because there is no country where activism has borne any fruits. You want to tell me that Kina Martin Luther King were activists? They were not.
Excuse me, Mulawi.
Yeah.
You are beginning to destroy historical facts, and I don't know why. If
those
you
are
want
not
to use history, get your facts right. Okay?
Those are not historical.
Get your vocabularies right. Na sitaki kuwa attacked at naonea watu wa UDA. Martin, Martin.
Bernard,
Yes, yes, Patriot.
because these guys are fond of hitting you. Can I rebut a little bit for Mulawi? He looks a gentleman. I'm sure he'll give me a minute to do that if he doesn't mind.
Please help him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mulawi, my brother.
Yes.
First and foremost, I want to say I love your submission. You sound very eloquent, and I think you're a learned brain. I respect that. By the way you're putting your points, they're very clear. That's why we can agree when facts are coming out, we can see them. But when you immediately starting to contradict yourself, we find it very difficult to keep our patience intact. What we want to let you know is this, with a lot of respect, without interrupting you much, so that you continue. First and foremost, you seem to be suggesting that the only way to deal with democratic, competition issues, to deal with freedom fighting, the only legitimate way has been physical fighting. If I quote you, that is wrong. Then now you say the alternative examples which you have given, including using psychology, using negotiation that is based on wisdom, you call that retrogressive. I think that is chosen wisdom that you're applying, and that's why we think we need to rebuttal and tell you immediately you are doing that deliberately, and I think you're bright enough. You're doing that deliberately. The reason is this. Martin Luther the King, we had Malcolm X, of the US. They never went to succeed to bring justice by using violence. Trust me, today, the tool of violence, okay, and kifua has very little space in the modern world. Today, because you don't know this, and I think I'll teach you this as my younger brother, today we have anti-vaccine riots across the world, okay? I know you might not be seeing that because in Kenya right now it's all about politics. Anti-vaccine mandates, you see, like the US, UK, Italy, they're saying it's mandatory for everybody to be vaccinated, something that is going against the constitution of these countries. How are they dealing with that? They're not dealing with it violently. No, they're using NGOs, they're using platforms that are professional to raise their views as they protest peacefully. So as you continue doing and bringing up your submission that looks very, very clear for one to listen, please accept on facts and don't mix facts with lies, because that will distort your good submission that you're bringing up. Thank you, my brother. Just continue. I didn't intend to really disturb, but that is a fact that we need to correct.
Okay, I wanted that way. Okay. The reason as to why actually you people, you raised eyebrows on whatever I've said is because I've used literary terms. When I say that somebody was not an activist, I don't mean that now he is not an activist, but I just used it as a literary term. Yeah. So let me give you an example. We have the term scholar.
No, just change. Mulawi, we went to school. Accept that is a mistake. Reframe it and then continue. Don't play semantics. That is very correct the way we are putting it.
What I mean is, okay, what I meant is, the term activist has been it has been dirtified such that we cannot refer to some people as activists. Are you seeing that sense? Like, okay, of course, when we talk about the literal meaning of the term activist, we can say that Kina Martin Luther were activists. But now, when we mix other people who maybe do some odd things, but in the name of activism, you understand? So it
Which example? Give an example then. Which example now? Retrogressive activism. Give example of retrogressive activism, if I may use your words.
Like,
I'm sure you don't have that. You don't have.
Tear gas Monday was tear gas Monday. Let's not argue about tear gas Monday. Let's not argue about it. Was retrogressive. It was actually barbaric, and I didn't like it. Yeah. So let me continue. So I actually want to quote Herman Manyora. Herman Manyora said that some people are products of accidents. Now, after William Ruto has spanned all this journey, his political journey from since he became a member of parliament from Eldoret North, and now that he's the deputy president, there are many people who still don't believe that he can be a president. And at one given time, they said that in Kenya now we have a vacancy in the presidential race because some people thought that Raila Odinga will not be in the ballot. You understand? So right now, chances of Raila Odinga becoming president are high. But there's a time when people are products of accidents. So William Ruto will be made a product, a president by accident in this way. Because now Raila Odinga has been branded as the president. Very many people actually are just convinced that now Raila Odinga is going to be the president and there's nothing Ruto can do about that. But political accidents happen as frequent as rainfall in a tropical region. You understand? So this William Ruto will beat Raila Odinga by 3 incidences. Like there are 3 things that will happen, and these things will determine the victory of William Ruto. The first thing, let me use a reverse psychology. Very many people, Patriot, don't laugh at me. You know, after your attack, I'm just trying to put my words in line so that I don't get another attack. William Ruto, there are people who are going to vote for William Ruto simply because they will feel that the fact that Raila Odinga has won, by virtue that now Raila Odinga has been instated the president, why can't I vote the contrary so that I see what can happen? And you know that thing is going to happen in all the 47 counties, regardless of whom they are supporting as president. Some people are going to vote Ruto in because they want to see what will happen if they do the contrary. Because now the message that has been spread is that the media is supporting Raila Odinga. Actually, you look at Radio Citizen TV, they are just all over there brandishing Raila as the president. The business people, the capitalists are with Raila, and the deep state, that is the presidency, the incumbent. All these 3 figures, they are actually the people who choose a president. And now that people are convinced that it's Raila, other people are going to do the contrary just to test the waters. That's one. The second thing is the theory of managing votes from regions, getting some percentages from regions. I know each and every one of us here has seen how the regions have been divided. Ruto has this percentage from this region. Raila has this percentage. Like, let's take for instance Nyanza. Raila has 97% from Nyanza. The rest of the competitors are sharing the 3%. And he has started climbing the central region. You see that percentage. Once media has started doing that percentage, and there are people who actually feel that now our candidate is this one. For instance, in Mount Kenya region, in the Mount Kenya region, some opinion polls show the deputy president to be number 1 there. You understand? So because the opinion polls have already declared William Ruto as the overall carrier of the Mount Kenya region. Do you think most people in that region will want to be losers? No. They will go as by the opinion polls. And that's what will make William Ruto maintain his percentages as per the opinion polls.
Bernard, don't. I know Mulawi will accept this. Bernard, just allow me. He has no problem. Let me just put a statement there, please. Mulawi, as he sips, just a quick one.
Okay.
Mulawi, I'm just pointing out you know, I'm following you. You know, I'm just pointing out your contradictions. You have said very clearly that one of the reasons why Ruto might end up being the president, one is by accident, and you have elaborated how that accident will appear. Then you said clearly, since the media and the big opinion shapers have shown that Raila is the president, some people will decide to do the contrary just to see what will happen. Okay? Now, when it comes to Mount Kenya, you have decided to apply a different, you know, you are speaking from both sides of the mouth. When it's come to Mount Kenya, what you have said is this. The polls are showing, that Ruto is ahead. Instead of using the same principle of saying people are also going to change and see what will happen because the opinion has said is ahead, you have decided to give a different reason why you think they will sustain the same notion that is in the public opinion. That is contradiction in the theories that you are presenting. If you wanted to pursue the theory of change of mind, then you should have said Mount Kenya, we will also start seeing the support of the DP dwindling because people will also want to see, just a minute, will also want to see what will happen if they now start voting for Raila. You know, that is the continuation that you should have. So you are choosing, you're making, you're making what we call, you are cherry picking your theories in the way you're applying them. Please be clear.
I think that's clear, Patriot. Now, hold on, Mulawi. David Ole.
Okay. Bernard.
Yes.
I think Patriot should give Mulawi time to finish what he was saying. There is a lot of interruption with him. He will get his time, so he should allow Mulawi to make his statement.
We are well guided, David, and we are on this together. No doubt. But I have listened to Mulawi, and he seemed to be either taking us for a ride, number one, or two.
No.
Take us round
Let
and
me
round.
finish point number 3. Let me finish point number 3.
I wanted to intercept, but I constrained myself. So Mulawi, please go straight to the point number 1. Sawa. And just prosecute your points. Hakuna mtu atainterrupt.
All right. I'm going to point number 3.
But remember, we are restricted to 3 to 5 minutes. It's not forever. 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
It's all right. My point number 3 is the revolution. I think the deputy president is courting a revolution, and this revolution actually is what will see him as president. It's actually the strongest point I'll just be expounding. In civilizations, I've read across history, the opposition has taken the presidential powers by courting revolutions. And the way Ruto is going to court his revolution, I think, is by using these narratives he's using, like the hustler narrative. You know, the hustler narrative is a revolution on its own. It's only that now many people are not seeing it as a revolution. 2 to 3 months to come, Ruto is going to make this hustler narrative be very powerful than any other slogan around here. You see, and this this narrative, as a form of revolution, Ruto is actually going to emancipate the youth to believe in his ideologies. You know, here it's a matter of believing. Like the other day, youths were telling Waiguru that actually Ruto anatufeel. You see, anatufeel. You know, when somebody feels you, that thing comes from deep down the heart. So once you capture some people's hearts, and you can only be able to capture people's hearts through revolutions. You see, once you capture the hearts of these people, you will have actually a torrential number of votes from the youths. You see, this revolution can actually be equated to let me not go there because you say I'm contradicting myself. Actually, let me not go there. I'm talking about a revolution. It has started, and in the next 2 to 3 months, you will see it being massive. Like, he's going to quote this hustler narrative to be a very massive thing, such that now every youth who is going to be touched by that thing will not be actually be swayed by another thing. The same case happened in the year 2007. However much I may not have been there as a mature mind to see what happened, but history has it right that Raila Odinga had a revolution of the Pentagon. You see, he used that Pentagon as a revolution, and actually, if history serves me right, he beat his opponent, the incumbent, who was Moi Kibaki, and many things happened. This is the same thing Ruto is going to apply this time around. But now this time around, because Kenyans are now much open, nobody is going to rig somebody's elections, because I think Ruto has been the government, is well conversant of all means that the government uses maybe to balance and equate everything. So he is going to end up being the president of the Republic of Kenya through those. Actually, point number two had a contradiction the way you said, but it's only because you never understood exactly what I said, Patriot. I said the first side, people will be testing waters to see the contrary. If they do the contrary, what will happen? The other side of it is like in Nyanza also. In Nyanza, there's that percentage Raila is controlling, that 97%. You see? So that 97% is in some people's minds. Kuna ile 97% iko in the people's minds. It will not change a lot. The 97% ataipata something close to that 97%. But I'm talking about those swing votes. Kuna wale watu wenye watafanya the contrary, kuna wale watu wenye hawataenda kupiga kura. You understand? Those are the votes I'm talking about. So first place, somebody may maintain the votes zenye ana lead in a particular place. The other side of the coin is some people will be doing the contrary. You understand? So it doesn't mean that sasa wakati Raila akona kura zingine hapo tuseme Mombasa in the coast, when Raila has a 57% in the coast, it doesn't mean that now solidly and rigidly that is the 57% is going to be getting from that region. No, there are some parameters and we call them miscellaneous. If we were not dealing with human beings, kama tungekuwa tuna deal na do tungesema miscellaneous, like zile kuna zile kura kidogo kidogo zenye zita spill over. Actually they affect the final tally. However much somebody there's somebody who misled Kenyans that those small votes do not have an effect in the final tally. They do have. It's only that they have a system of balancing them.
Okay.
I'm done.
I think you should conclude if you have any matter remaining, please. You have 5 minutes over.
Honestly, I don't have anything political remaining. The only thing I can the only thing I can pass to us, I think here all of us, we are mature people, we are Kenyans, and you people, you are the ones who can maybe take the message to other Kenyans. You know, peace comes from peace is intrinsic. You understand? So if it starts from us, I know there's nobody who is violent here in this group, but outside here there are people who are violent. I've actually met with some people outside here who have that mind of war. Those people who just think that war or all the civil wars are the ones that solve problems. What you can do, just let's be ambassadors of peace. Let's try to tell these people not to have those ideas, because where I stay, actually, I stay in between diverse people, like intercultural. These are intercultured place. Hapo unapata Mmasai, unapata Mkikuyu, unapata Mkamba, unapata, you understand? So I'm the only person from my ethnic community. And these people, you know, you find out some people here, wengine, they are those rowdy youths, eti ngojea next year muone vile tutawafanyia, sijui ngojea. You see, once you find that person, I am just begging you, I know it may not be auguring well to some of you because you are just eagering for political minds, but it's good to take care of us, because unajua mtu kama mimi
Thank you, Malawi. You are beginning to spoil what you said.
Yeah.
Now, Bernard, I have a question for Malawi.
All right.
Malawi, you've just given an illustration of your presidential candidate, the way he almost hit Kivuitu's head, and you portrayed him as a very violent man. He has political. In fact, you are referring to violence as a political energy, and you're the same person who is now advocating for peace. Don't you think there's a contradiction here? Because your party leader is emerging as someone who loves violence and ready to hit people's head during an election. So what peace are we talking about in this forum?
You know, the violence Ruto was displaying during the 2007, I don't think whether it remains in his head up to now, because people do change. Yeah, people make mistakes and people change. That's why I said William Ruto did that during that time. But now, I don't think whether he's somebody who will just want to be fighting, because he's actually a model person and he is actually also advocating for the same peace. Yeah, that's what I meant. Everybody has
I choose to end my
Goja pen. I want us to move forward.
Ben.
I want us to move forward, please.
Ben, kuna kitu hapa brother.
Sema community ancestor.
Oya, unajua mimi nimepata Mlawi vizuri sana. Mlawi, please, ebu mwambie William Samoei Ruto cause yeye anajua vile system na deep state zinafanya kazi. Azituputu kuona maybe kama 2022 atashindwa, then kutoka hapo atumie hao vijana wenye tunaita mahustlers kuleta furugu Kenya. Cause unajua umeguzia kuwa kama siku kupata vizuri kuwa kuna mambo ya revolution. Unajua revolution ziko two way traffic. Kuna revolution inaweza kuwa peaceful, na revolution sometimes they turn bloody. So if William Samoei Ruto atatumia our mahustlers vibaya, my urge to you and your entire team of hustlers, please tell Chebukati sisi we are ready, kama watu wa ODM we are ready for a free, fair, credible and justice elections whereby kura itapigwa ionyeshane pale. Msinyamaze sasa hivi. You have a good time. don't keep quiet. Ambia Chebukati atupe uchaguzi mzuri. Kama Raila atashindwa aende Bondo, kama William Samoei Ruto atashindwa aende Sugoi, na kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Please.
Yeah, with us we are not going to use a violent revolution. We have the courts. Our revolution will actually be using the courts to disseminate.
Okay, let's cross the river when we get to the. Let's cross the bridge when we get to the river. Okay. We are
I have a question.
preempting what is not yet there. Let us
Bernard,
relax.
I have a question.
Hey, a question to who?
To Mulawi. Mulawi.
Okay, ask.
Okay, Mwango, ask the question.
Okay, yes. Mulawi have said something that Ruto will be the president by accident.
Yeah.
Which, according to me, I don't think so. An accident is something that happens unexpectedly. Something that's just come without people knowing. So I don't know if Ruto becoming the president is something that people don't know. Because I think Ruto is campaigning, is running everywhere, selling his agenda. People will vote him, vote will be counted, and then he will be declared the winner.
Yes.
All that process, will it be accident to you?
It's because you've not understood me very well. Okay, like let me give you an example of Barack Obama and his competitor when they were running for the senatorial seat. I think it was in Illinois. All these people were campaigning. Barack Obama and his competitor, they were campaigning, and people knew that now his competitor will win that senatorial race. But Obama became a senator by accident because this guy who was his competitor during the last minutes alipata a certain sex scandal, akapatwa na scandal, then people lost trust in him and kura zote zikaendea Barack Obama. Barack Obama became a senator, which means even him becoming a president accident ilianzia huko kwa usenator. You understand? So William Ruto also, I'm seeing that there are some accidents that are going to happen that are going to make him the president. And I just quoted one of the staunch supporters of Raila Odinga, because I know also policies and philosophies actually eat their own proponents. You understand? So if you propagate a policy, it will eat you, like Orengo said, governments eat their children. So Herman Manyora came out with a policy that there are some leaders who are products of accidents. Now, William Ruto will be a leader by accident then, because now they have already crowned Raila as the president. Then boom, there are accidents coming.
Malawi, let me bring you up to speed.
Yeah.
If there are leaders who have become leaders by accident, then William Ruto has finished his accidents, because he was in college and all of a sudden Y2K happened, 92, and he found himself on the corridors of power accidentally. He's 97 got himself into parliament, unlikely, accidentally, okay, and then supported Uhuru in 2002. They lost, but he still survived. 2007, he got the agriculture docket, and things began to happen. The most unlikely time that he had not even imagined himself was the accident that took place in 2013, when he found himself deputy president. So if accidents happen in a lifetime many times like that, don't they get exhausted?
But if let me bring to you, your attention. Accidents don't stop. accidents don't stop until the final accident happens. They don't stop until the final accident happens.
Which theory? According to which reference?
According to Herman Manyora's theory.
Oh, okay, thank you, Professor. Now let's make progress. Let's make progress.
Right.
I want the people who have not said anything to say something fast before we repeat.
Right.
So, client, is it a question or a submission? If it's a question, you'll be given. Submission, no. I want us to hear from Danrai and Mwango first in their submission.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Goja Danrai, we have missed you, but relax, Kwanza, to sort. Client, are you unmuting or what happened?
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes, Patriot.
Correct me. I thought it's a new regulation that anybody who is on this platform, we must see him. I thought that is what you said. Have you changed?
Hey, Danrai, if you don't show your face, we will mute your voice too.
Chair,
Bernard, don't be so harsh to Danrai. Some people would prefer to be anonymous, so don't be too harsh.
That's a rule. Even us, we can unmute.
We can tamper justice with mercy. Relax, Kwanza.
Can I explain myself?
Kwanza. Let's not be too Danrai is an old citizen of this platform. He knows this rule, so I don't know why he's coming in this style, but we will tamper justice with mercy.
Chair, can I explain, please, for everyone to be satisfied?
Explain.
Unajua niko place, hata ukisikia niko place like hata nikiweka video you won't see me. Siko kwa nyumba, and unajua nikiwa kwa nyumba mimi ni mtu wa kamera.
Okay.
So for now I beg.
Sawa. We tegea hapo. Tusikie Mwango for client. Nilikuwa sijamalizana na wewe. Is it technical issues or? Okay, let's get to Mwango. Your 3 to 5 minutes quickly and move on. And please, let's stay within the topic to see
the topic is about saying that Raila in Kiambu, Ruto giving gifts. Okay. Kabogo joins Azimio La Umoja. Okay, Raila being in Kiambu is not a bad thing. He's a Kenyan. He can move anywhere in the country as he tried to sell his agenda. So being in Kiambu, I don't see it as something big, and he'll be there severally, even after today's rally, because now everyone is on the run trying to sell the agenda to every Kenyan. Kabogo joining Azimio La Umoja. Yes, now this is a time now where people are taking sides. People are taking sides. Some will go to UDA, some will also go to ODM or Azimio La Umoja. So you will see more of this, where candidates will be taking sides. Yes, Bernard. So and then there's something. Kabogo is a reject as we look at the last election. So I don't think that he has so much votes that he can add for Raila.
Mwango, what do you mean a reject?
The people of Kiambu voted against him, and he was defeated hugely
He
with a very
lost
big
an
margin.
election. He lost an
He lost
election.
very
That
hugely,
doesn't
very
make somebody
hugely.
a reject.
Yeah, he lost an election very hugely with a very big margin, as I can remember. It means that people of Kiambu don't like him. So even if he comes to the Azimio La Umoja side, I don't think he'll add so much. And then I also saw in that rally, I saw people like Shebesh, all these were also losers in the last election. So they are trying to come back. So Raila is being surrounded by those who lost election. Losers. Akina Maina Commander were also in that rally. All of them were losers. So can't you see that? Those who are winning are joining the UDA. Those who have people, those who have the masses on their sides, yeah, they are on the UDA side, and we have seen that Wamuchomba went to UDA, and there are so many people who are still now are senators and MPs who are going to UDA. Yeah, so Raila should take care not to associate himself so much with those who lost election. He should look for those who have fought, who won the elections, who have the votes that can add to his basket. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's now hear from Dan Rai.
Okay, thank you chair. Hey, kuna mtu amefungua microphone. Kama sijui nyinyi pia mnasikia hiyo. Ni Mlawi ama ni nani?
Unajua Mlawi huyu, hiyo jina Mlawi ni kitabu kwa Biblia, lakini
at least
tutadili na yeye baadaye. Endelea Dan Rai.
Chair, mi nataka kwenda tu direct to the topic about Raila in Kiambu. I think it's not the first time Raila visiting Kiambu County. And first, let me just respond to what Mwanga have said. Unajua wakina Maina Kamanda ukiona hapo, amesema Sebesh, amesema Kamanda na amesema Kabogo. Sijui kama amesahau kuna there are some MPs pia anatembea nayo kama Kanini Kega na Raila anatembea nayo, alikuwa anaona tu wale walipoteza kwa nominations. You know, sometimes ukiangalia hizi vitu unaangalia side zote, because we have seen Kanini Kega, we have seen even governors almost nilikuwa naona ni 7 governors from Mount Kenya, they have endorsed Raila Odinga as the fifth. Tumebaki na watatu which are confused. The first one is Kirinyaga governor. The second one ni ule wa Nyeri. Then sijui ya wapi. But these people wakina Mwango wawezi ona hiyo. Wanaona tu Kamanda na Kabogo. To me, Kabogo joining Raila Odinga today, that's the significant kukwambia pali uongozi naenda. There are some people they want to sail with that boat, wanajua itafika ile side nyingine. Hawataki kwenda na ile tu, wanajua no politicians want to lose. That's the truth. Na ukiona kila mtu anajaribu kulai na Raila, hata wao kuna vile dalili wanaanza kuona. The other day I met a certain guys nikiwa kwa campaign kidogo, na mtu alikuwa anatuambia unaona kama Raila anadanganywa, oh they are lying to Raila, they want to give him. And I was like, sasa mtu ako tu huku chini hata jielewi, anajua vizuri Raila anadanganywa kushinda hata Raila mwenyewe ule ako huko na hao watu wanamdanganya. And there are some things that unasikianga mtu unashangaa. Sasa what I know with Raila, there's many people that are going to join Raila, not even Kabogo. Hata juzi tumesikia Mwangi wa Iria vile alikuwa not Mwangi wa Iria, ni Mwangi wa Iria, not Mwangi wa Iria, the Laikipia man, agriculture minister wale alifukuzwa, sijui naitwa nani huyu wa Laikipia.
Rhetoric ni wa Laikipia governor.
Not Rhetoric, this the former minister of agriculture.
Kiunjuri.
Mwangi Kiunjuri. Mwangi Kiunjuri, ukianza kusikia hata statement zake vile anaongea, the only person they see that can empower them is Raila Odinga. And angalia statement, can you be keen with the statement that hata Kabogo alisema the only Raila anatambua hizi multi-parties, si mtu mwingine. Unajua hiyo ni a statement that us we can't see, but kuna vile anajaribu kuiweka. Me the only person that anaweza lie nayo that anaweza support hiyo chama yake inaitwa Jibebe, sijui Kijibebe, I don't know. Hiyo party ni Raila Odinga. So I don't want to take a lot of time because nimesikia tunaenda round kidogo vile huyo ndugu. Mimi nikimaliza tembea hapa kwa ground ndio utajua there are some changes zimeanza kutoka. Right? Ukiona Ruto nimeona kama sijui alikuwa anapatiana gift, sijaona kwa news, but sometimes I do be selective. I don't want to waste a lot of time atinaangalia Ruto anafanya nini. Sasa hizi tumefocus, tuliambiwa na baba, let us focus in this presidency. Tusiangalie some squirrel zikitingika mbele yetu, tusahau kufuata ile kitu tulikuwa tunataka. William Ruto yeye ni kama alisha campaign akafika kwa piki yake. Hata Mount Kenya ni kama alikuwa ameshaona ameenda nayo yote. Sasa ukiona Raila akitembea akienda Murang'a, anaenda sijui wapi, Laikipia, Kiambu, Raila ndiye anajaribu kutafuta votes. Na the other time this is the same people wakina Ndindi Nyoro na Didmas Baraza walikuwa wanatuambia ati opinion poll imetoa Ruto is going to get 89%. 11 imebaki, 6 of them wanasema watasupport Raila. Then hiyo 5 imebaki ni wale watu wajui. Tumeona opinion poll ikisonga polepole, juzi imefika on Tuesday, ilikuwa imefika Raila kuna 28, this guy akona 56. Itafika hadi Raila atakuwa na 80, ule jamaa atakuwa na 20 something. Ni tu ile sasa hii kitu yeye alishafika piki yake. Ni tu there are some people of Tanga that they don't want to accept. Now they are still living in denial that Raila Odinga can't penetrate to mountain. I submit, and let me just wait for another time.
Okay, thank you, Dan Rai. Thank you. Client, your hand is up.
Okay. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone.
Yes, your volume.
Okay, let me just say it is very dangerous to have a group of these youth here prepared psychologically that
we can't hear you clearly. Please lift your voice and speak out.
Okay, I'm saying it is very dangerous to have like this group of youth here prepared psychologically and mentally that someone is going to be president. I think we need to be logical, to tell them the truth, and there is this thing that say, bad with the same feathers flock together. If you look the kind of people Raila is going around with, they are failures, they are rejects, they are people who cannot even make again in parliament or in their own seat. And I'm very sure they will all go home together with Baba and his colleagues, and we will welcome Baba to Kiambu, to Murang'a, to Nyeri 2023 as a continuation as he continue his role as opposition leader. Let us not cheat ourselves. And I said again, personally, have never met Baba face to face, only once. And if he came to my place of work, I'll just go and see him, see this man. So, and the cameraman will count me as his voter. So, let's be correct. It is not all those who go to see Baba or to see ex-candidate will vote for that candidate. Most of us, we are being enticed by good music, but when it will come to voting, I think tutarudi tu hapa kuangalia the crowd wenye walikuwa wanamfuata, and the kind of vote he will get. It is very dangerous to think that we as mountain or people from mountain can even wake a single day. And we know very well the history of Raila and his politics to vote Raila. Let's be realistic. Let's tell each other the truth. There is nothing like vote. Those who are following him, they have their own interest. Either they have been promised something to try to sell him to the mountain, but I can tell you of truth. Whenever you associate yourself with Raila, that is the end of yourself in mounting of your political career. Your
Chair, you can't
political
see my hand. Can I ask a question? Sorry for interruption.
is dead as rock.
Oh,
So, and
hold
I'm
on,
saying
hold
this,
on, Danrai.
even, let's make this final point. I'm waiting that day that huyo Kanini Kega or that minor commander will make his own post together with a picture of Baba and try to vie that seat with that, and he or she owns. That is the day we will know, yes, we don't know what we are saying. But wanampeleka around, but kila mtu atarudi.
Hold on, client. Just
Tofauti,
one question.
avae
Two, in fact, you keep using the word dangerous. What is the danger involved? Okay. About Kanin Gega, he has already announced that he's ready to lose the Kaini seat if campaigning for Raila will make him lose it. To me, that one is a more national hero than any other statement I've heard since I began to listen to people.
Okay, yeah. Kanini Kega is very right. He knows he will lose. That is it. But as same as with the other leaders from the mountain, they know they will lose. So I think that is a fact. Even if Kanini Kega has already agreed.
Ebu, get closer to your mic. I can't hear what you're saying.
I said Kanini Kega has already accepted because it is a reality. It is not far from reality that he will lose his seat. Second, you know the kind of politics that Raila plays, the kind of goonism, akishindwa goonism, akishindwa anajiapisha, akishindwa analeta mambo tofauti kwa hii nchi, we cannot accept his leadership. So wenye wanamzungusha around, I said again in that forum, let's prepare Baba for his retirement benefit, his retirement benefit. It's time to retire in a career. Instead of
So why
giving
are you
him
hiding yourself?
first,
Ebu, show your face properly. Let us see you talking.
I'm okay. I'm not in. I'm talking. Okay, I'm trying to
I have
be
a
close to
question.
Mike. So
No,
let's prepare
Bernard.
Baba. Let's
Bernard,
prepare Baba for his retirement period. Instead of giving him
Client,
first
you are preparing Baba for his retirement.
yes. Instead of giving him false hope, then
What
he will
do you
lose
mean giving him false hope? Please, you okay.
Bernard,
I'm
I think
saying,
it's not worth the answering client. That is trying to give credibility to what he's saying that doesn't make sense. Let him finish, then you pass it to somebody else. Please, don't even answer that. It doesn't add up, please.
I'm saying this kind of yeye anaona crowds anafikiria amevara kumpatia false hope at his age, unampatia false hope and then the result will be
Client, you told me you started voting in 2002. Have you ever voted for Baba?
Just once.
You voted for Baba. Which time is that?
I voted for him 2007. Sorry.
And you gave him hope.
but I came to realize he cannot make it at all.
So after you withdrew your hope for him in 2013 and 2017, have you gone to give him another hope?
It is not possible.
Okay,
Because
then
you
done
cannot.
right, done right.
Yeah. Chair, I think
Yes.
client mwenyewe doesn't understand himself, because in some points it's like he's trying to contradict the UD. I don't know which team he's supporting, but unajua these people they need massage. There's a lot of massage and they need wakishamaliza massage wanafaa kupelekwa therapy to accept this. You can't tell me ati crowd iko hapo inadanganya baba. Sijui ile crowd Ruto ako nayo, how sure that client is that hiyo crowd William anakuwa nayo, hata tuliona nayo Migori, is going to vote for him. If you're talking about crowd, my friend, then you are not politician. If you see how or mechanism that this politician used to get the votes, you won't believe it. It's like you're judging everything according to what you're saying. The question that I want to ask, one question to this, I don't know, to client, nimeona Patrick amesema we should not even respond to him, but it's okay, you will allow me. Can you tell me, or can you try to assure to us that those people who are working with William Ruto, they are going to be re-elected? And how do you know? How sure are you? Which criteria they are going to use to ensure that they are going to be elected? But not those people who are working with Raila Odinga. Only if you answer me that, then I'll be satisfied with you.
Okay, let me say this. You can see it is a breaking news. If to all medias, if Raila gets a crowd in the mountain, but it is always normal for Ruto because people love him from the
Client, you have always been audible. Why are you hiding, Nini? We can't
He's hiding.
hardly hear what you're saying.
You're not being genuine at all. When you're making your points and you're
Bernard, can we move to somebody else, please? I mean, why do you spend so much time on him?
It's okay, Patriot.
Yes.
Just Nini. I want to understand the psychology behind this, because in my judgment, there is no accident here. Okay, client, what is your mission here?
I said,
answer the question clearly. We move on.
About what? My mission is to tell my fellow youth here, because I can see they are youth. To tell them the truth. To tell them the kuwafungua macho. Tuache kudanganyana. We should be telling them the truth, because I think even themselves they may be buying that some position. And I'm trying to tell them whom they can associate with. It is not Raila Odinga, but Dr. William Ruto, who is focused, who has a leadership in himself, who is their leader, and who will take this country ahead. Who is my fellow leader.
So, okay. What will happen to you in case Raila becomes the president? Will you run away from Kenya? Now that you seem to have this phobia and fear, and in fact, your thoughts are even more dangerous than the danger you are talking about. So what happens in case Raila becomes the president? Will you faint? Will you die? Or you will run away from Kenya?
I cannot imagine something that cannot be possible.
You see, now you have a big problem.
Okay. It's okay, client. I accept it. Thank you very much. You have given your ruling. We stay with that. James, your hand has been up forever. And,
no, you forgot me. You forgot me.
No, I did not forget you. I knew you were coming to rebuttal client. And
no.
Ngoja kwanza.
Okay.
Hold on. A client comes from Kiambu.
Yes.
At least he said so.
Yes.
Then He is a young man.
Yes.
You are an elder.
Yes.
From the mountain. So between
Yes.
the elders and the youth, who leads the
Yes.
mountain? Help us understand.
Let me say this. The campaigns that Ruto and his cohorts have been running for the last 4 years now has had quite some effect in shaping the opinion, the political opinion, because it has been deliberate in creating an assailable lead, an unbeatable person, that kind of a picture. But this is slowly being dismantled, either through his own mistakes or through alternative voices that have now come into the marketplace. However, let me put it this way. I heard somebody say that somebody will win by accident. There is nothing like accident in politics. The only accident that can happen is the death of a contestant. That's the only accident that can happen. Politics is planned. You plan and execute plans. So what is happening is that there's a plan that is already there, and that plan is going to produce the next president, the 50th president. And when you see a coalition of big names in a region, you can more or less tell that these people have intelligence, that despite the temporary sentiments that may be holding, they are convinced that by the time we are heading to the elections, things will have changed. There has been a consistent demonization of Raila Odinga in the region, and that has been alluded to big names like Kiraito Morongi and others, that they are the ones who are responsible for this because they had their sons who are running for elections in the past. And now that they don't have their son, they have no shame to tell the country that there was nothing particularly wrong with this man. It's only that he was competing with one of their own. And I think for the first time, we are going to go to the elections in Mount Kenya without that excessive fear of the persona of one Raila Odinga. And fear has been the strongest organizing force. Fear of Raila himself has been the greatest organizing force in this region. And people were not particularly going to vote because they are voting for good leaders. They were going to vote because they wanted to prevent Raila from taking power. However, that seems to have changed, because even if you don't support Raila here in Mount Kenya at this time, that fear that you have to be chauffeured to a voting station, almost being hunted down everywhere to go and vote, that will has completely dissipated. So maybe they look for something else, but fear for Raila is not a factor in the coming elections. And by saying that, I'm not saying that people will automatically go to vote for him. What I mean is that there are those people who will not even go to vote because their voting purpose in the past has been about fear. Now, let me go to the hustler thing. I am not very sure that this is a national, narrative. This is a very clever tactic to woo the youth in Mount Kenya. Perhaps having noticed that the Raila fear may not hold much here, clever people came up with another narrative that, of course, will resonate with the rich versus the poor in a community that has very extreme ends, very rich and extreme dirt poor. people who have nowhere even to raise their hand, and a plate of food in the evening. So I think also the issue of youth is overrated. If you look at it very cleverly, Raila has been very clever. If you see very well, he's reaching out to the university students, people who have gone to school, and he is asking them whether they want wheelbarrow, and they are saying they don't want wheelbarrow. So even this solidarity of the youth fought in terms of the so-called hustler narrative does not resonate collectively with the youth. There are, of course, those who supported, those who dropped from standard 8 and standard 6 and have nothing else to look for in life except pushing wheelbarrows, will obviously be excited about such a thing. But for somebody who is holding a degree or a diploma that can get him a decent job, some of them are seeing it as an insult. Now, coming to our region here in Central, there are various things that will shape the voting patterns. One of them is the fact that this group that people are dismissing, the Mount Kenya Foundation, these are very influential people. You notice that they are actually the employers, and they touch very many homes in terms of employment. They also touch very many people in terms of loans given to people to do business. They have also been involved in funding scholarships for very many children in very many poor homesteads. So I do not know where these people get the confidence that there will be a solidarity of the haves and have-nots. It's like the two groups have never met anywhere or do not influence one another. And the shock that will come is that when you notice finally that those perceptions will not work out here because of the interdependence of the two. It is also not lost to many that when there was a crisis in 2007, these are the people who met in hotels and other places and find ways to contribute and buy food and other essential materials for the peasants who are being chased away from their homes. These are gestures that these people cannot easily forget, and especially when they are reminded that this is a group of people who will always come in when they are in extreme need. So putting a very strong feeling or resentment against this group may not work out. Now, some of our youth, like the one who has left client, he has this habit of running away whenever he's just about to be challenged. I don't know what he means by saying that crowns are just coming to see Baba for the sake of it. I don't know what measurement he is using, because what we know is that people have this eagerness to know, especially now that that fear which was there is no longer there. And the fact that you also notice that in the past there has been almost very violent prevention of Rao going to sell his manifesto to the people of Central. In fact, groups have been organized occasionally to prevent him physically not to talk, because I think even those who demonize him know they know that once he talks, he might just win quite a number of people. How this will pan out, we wait to see, but I can see a very cleverly crafted political strategy by whoever is pushing the candidature of this man. And now what is remaining is still to look for labels like a project. I heard Duares today saying that there is a government project. That is what they were waiting for, because they were waiting for direct endorsement, which has not happened. What has happened is that a shrewd strategy was found to make sure this man is endorsed from region to region. Today, when you go to Meru, you are going to find very, very warm reception of the Honorable Prime Minister. And also something to note of great interest here is that there is sub-regional interest. Sub-regional interest like the one that we have in Meru. Who is telling the people of the rights of client that the Meru will obviously go with the Kikuyu? Because you see, we are not going to have a candidate at the top. So there will be that tendency for even a sub-region to look at their interest at the top directed to the person they think will be holding the power that can make them advance their interests. So when we are waiting right now, we are waiting for Limuru 3. Limuru 3 will be a coalition of all leaders of all shapes, from farmers to MPs, to former MPs, to the clergy, to the youth, and everyone. Of course, what will happen in that meeting is that there are interests of the community that will come out, and which they have been articulated, and Kenyans know some of them, like equal representation and fair allocation of resources. And therefore, when that meeting happens and a discussion is kicked on, you will find that there will be more or less a kind of a common stand on who can be trusted to push through those interests. And it is from there that we will start seeing how the politics of the region will start shaping up. And anybody who also thinks that maybe the current head of state has no say in how the politics will pan out in Central is operating in outer space. This is a man who can go into any village and engage even a small group of 100 people, and he has language. The other day he went to a place in Kirinyaga, and he stopped somewhere in a village, and you could hear very warm discussions between him and that community. And in fact, one thing I remember him telling the youth is that they are the ones who are being misused, and they reacted in a manner that was quite positive. It is like they are telling him, no, we know what we are doing. So it is good when we have open minds, because this will prevent some people from fainting once the votes start coming in, and they find that what they have been putting in their head is not what the actual picture is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James Wan. Nani has been silent for too long. Can we hear from David Ole first, and then did Nani make submission? Community.
Thank you very much.
Ngoja kwanza kwa David Ole, ngoja kwanza. Community ancestor, did you make your submission?
Bados, I haven't made my submission, Baba.
Oh, please, let's hear from community, then we'll go to David Ole, Penny, then Patriot in that pattern. Please. Mwango, you made your submission. You have a question?
Oh, I have a question to the person who has just talked right now.
Okay,
it was James.
Question? Yes, James.
It was James. James 1.
Yes.
Okay, James 1 has talked about so many things. One of them is a wheelbarrow. I want to tell the people of Kenya that wheelbarrow is just a symbol like orange. By telling us that if Ruto becomes the president, then he will use the wheelbarrow, then you also mean that if Raila becomes the president, then he'll also give us oranges. Because these ones are just party symbols to mean something. Wheelbarrow means job. Orange means something to eat.
Can I answer?
Yes.
My friend, what the issue here is, it's not me who is saying. It is the party that started distributing wheelbarrows in Karen, calling youths and giving them wheelbarrows. I have never heard of ODM call youths to give them oranges.
Okay. So we should come out from the thought that wheelbarrow is just a physical sign. It's just a physical symbol of job, and job means so many things. And then you also talked about something here about the Mount Kenya Foundation being so much influential that they will swear the votes, where the votes will go. Do you know why Kenya is poor? Kenya is poor because we have very few people who have amassed all the wealth. And this one includes those ones that are called themselves the Mount Kenya Foundations. They are the billionaires. They have taken all the wealth, leaving the poor with nothing. Do you know why JEM was killed? JEM was killed because it started that narrative that
So
Kenyans have.
Mwango, are you
That
asking
Kenyans
a
have.
question or
Let me
you are
finish.
making
That Kenyans
submission?
have 10 billionaires and 10 million people who are poor.
Mongo, let me ask you, is everyone in the Hustler Nation a poor person? People like Rigade, are they poor? And even
They are
the
not poor,
itself,
but
is it
now
poor?
they are fighting to ensure that we also who are poor here can be somewhere.
Where have they been? Where have they been for the last 9 years?
Hold on, Penny. Mwango.
Bernard, it is me who was being asked the question. I owe him an answer.
Yes.
My friend.
Please answer quickly so that we move on.
My friend, let me tell you this. All that you are talking about, you are now deviating from what I said. I said these people have influence. And that influence will not go down without affecting the voting patterns. They have done it before, they will do it again. Your sentiments are rather a bit different, but I can tell you this, that defined you are trying to put. Now, let me ask you also my question. So what are you going to do about it if you win power with Hasra? What are you going to do to those people who are billionaires?
Yes, those were billionaires. Now, the focus has now shifted, and the focus is on that local person, that poor person. We are not looking at the billionaires. Those ones have made it in life. Those who are still struggling are us here.
Mwango, do you carry the philosophy that the reason why you are poor is because other people are rich?
There's that part of it. There's that part of an idea that somebody has amassed all the wealth.
So
others
can we
nothing.
take it from you that it's UDA ideology to demonize the rich so that they empower the poor?
Let me answer that. Bernard.
Yes.
Is it
something else?
IDA?
Something else, Bernard, as they continue answering. The question is this: he has not answered James' question. James has asked you, Mwango, after you winning power, what are you going to do to the billionaires? Answer that question. Don't avoid it, because that's a question you've been asked. What are you going to do to the billionaires who are rich now and they're not supporting the hustler nation? God forbid, if you take power, Penny, don't answer for him. If you take power, Mwango, as a hustler nation, God forbid, what will you do to the billionaires? Answer that question, Mwango, because you need to tell us how you're going to treat everybody in this country, including the billionaires.
Mwango, let me help you answer that.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
The deputy president has a model, has an economic model.
Mlawi mute.
Mulawi was helping me answer the question.
Yes, I'm helping. Please. All right. So the deputy president has an economic model called the bottom-up economic model. I think we have different types of economic models for those who have done economy. And I think the economic model has its policies. You understand that? So one of the policies is to protect people who have already made some amount of income, to stay there and continue going up, because you have had cases where people rich and then they fall. It is getting in the model. I don't want to be model, but now our focus is for those people who are not comfortable in life, hustlers like me. So the hustler nation is actually trying to uplift people from down so that they can catch up with the people who are already moving up. The millionaires are still moving up. There is no war between poor people and rich people. That's just a political war that has been brought to
Malawi, fix your audio. Your audio is bad.
No, it's not me. There's somebody else who is making. There's somebody else who is making such sounds. It's not me. All right. Yeah. So it's actually politicized, but it's a very good economic model that is uplifting people who are already down and also pushing the ones who are up to just be moving up. There's no war between the rich and the poor. So once the hustlers take power, the rich, they are not supposed to feel threatened or be compromised if they got their wealth in using the right channels. I know some people feel threatened, but that one will be fought through other policies. We are not talking about the other policies that will be fighting corruption and the other things. We are only focusing on the policies who are on the bottom and bring them some. You understand?
Mulawi, but what your stand, which is very clear, is not the stand of Mwango. Then get yourselves to order so that you don't tell us things from both sides of the mouth. What Mwango has been saying, he has come out very clearly that it is okay for the hustler nation to demonize the billionaires, okay, as they look for the aspiration of taking the leadership of the country. But your explanation, which seems to be the position of the hustler nation, and I believe that is the position, is a contradiction to the pursuant of Mwango's theory and how he has been explaining. So take your time to discuss your issues so that you don't come contradicting yourself on the platform, because you seem to come from a different party. Mwango seems to be coming from a different party from his reasoning. You don't seem to be speaking from the same page. But I think we have understood what both of you are saying. It's just confusion.
Okay, let me continue.
Addition to that, Chairman.
Thank you. We have spent enough time on that.
No, there was one more question. There's one more thing.
Tafadhali, you people, you are messing us up.
No, there's one more thing, James.
Mwango, I gave you opportunity to ask questions. I did not say you now.
But I was interrupted by questions also.
You are interrupted by questions. If you are given opportunity to ask questions,
also,
God, just stop arguing. When you are given opportunity to ask your questions, you ask all your questions at a go, then let the person respond. Not one question, then you come back. Another question, you come back.
Okay. Just one, and then James 1 talked about the fear in the Mount Kenya against Raila. Remember, this fear has been propagated for over 20 years, that Raila is this, Raila is that. Do you think that this fear can just be undone within 2 to 3 months or 4 months? I don't think so. That fear is still there.
So,
you want me to answer?
You have finished asking your question. Wait for the answer. Thank you.
The answer is this. When you hear somebody of the personality of Munya and Kiraito Moronge, when they talk to their community, they listen. They are not like many other, some others, because they are authorities in that community. And they believe that these people cannot mislead them. When the doyen of the area, the political Colossus, talks, like he's starting to engage small groups, you'll see what will happen. We are in this country.
Okay.
Is it my turn, Bernard? I think it's my turn.
We are coming to you. Community ancestor what was the order?
It was supposed to be me. You skipped, but it's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, I'll take just only 3 minutes. Just only 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Community ancestor. Let's go on.
Yeah. In fact, in Baba I trust. So I'm gonna post this question, like the way Atwoli posted to Jeff. In whose hands shall we be safe? So nimewaambia kuwa Baba atatufikisha ile Canaan, mahali kuko na asali na kila kitu. So huyu client mwenye ametoka hapa ningependa kumwambia namna hii, yani kumuuliza swali. I hope atakuja anijibu. If Raila had gone to Kiambu and the people failed to show up, what will have what will he had to come to speak about? Because wakati anasema kuwa these crowds wenye wanakuja kuangalia Baba ni kana kwamba there is nobody ambaye atakuwa swayed na zile agenda zenye Baba ataweka on the ground so that he or she ampatie kura. Alafu kitu kingine Kanini Kega in fact nilimuona 2017. He was among the very people who demonized Baba, lakini amekuja clearly na akaomba msamaha. And I know God of heaven and God who created earth, he has forgiven Kanini Kega. So Kanini Kega, even if he is going to lose the Kieni constituency as a member of parliament, if Papa once Papa takes over, wacha nitoe hiyo jina, if when Baba takes over August 9, 2022, he is going to give him any post. Nikimalizia Mwango, I heard you saying that Shebesh, the Kabogos, the commanders, hawa ni rejects. My brother, let me assure you that hizo ni kura tatu. Kwa hizo kura tatu maybe ndio sta add ile 50+1. So mimi jambo ningependa kusema namna hii, even if wako reject, wakija kwa Baba government ya Kenya ya kutoka 2022 mpaka 2027, it will be having so many posts. Baba atawafix hapo na wao watapata chakula waweke kwa meza kwa watoto wao. I thank you. Next to my brother Patriot.
Okay. I think Bernard,
Patriot, hold on.
Bernard, I think I was supposed to be the one following that guy.
Subiri kwanza, officer Ole David. I know it is your turn.
Yes.
So I want to ask Patriot just a minute.
Yeah, it's Ole. Yeah, he's right. He's right.
Carry on, David.
I had a question to community. I have a question first to community.
Ask.
He said, in fact, he stressed on what Atwoli said, that on whose hands shall we be safe. I wanted him to clarify on that which kind of safety is he talking about before I continue.
Can I help him?
No, community, where are you?
Yeah, in terms of economy, hiyo ndio maana namaanisha kuwa in fact tumekosa peace of mind kwa sababu these corrupt people have siphoned our blood. So baba akiingia akiangalia mambo ya economy, Kenyans we will be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Bernard. You are the chair. You are chairing the meeting very well. I'll take the shortest time possible. But I'd like to say that the community has not answered the question the way he put it out, but it's okay. Thank you very much, guys. We have engaged well. I've listened to every one of you, the kind of conversation we are having. We are trying to come up with one discussion. It is good that we come from different counties. Like I myself, I come from Narok, and we are also in the same platform discussing the same things, which means we are of the same mind. Mine are just to the point. Today's Raila in Kiambu, and the association of Raila with some Mount Kenya leaders, the governors and the MPs. Here I like to speak the truth. We know what is going on with Kenyan government. We've witnessed so many things that have gone on with the Kenyan system and government since we came to our existence. We know the trends that is going on in the government. The association of Raila head today or today in Kiambu, or the Mount Kenya tour Raila has planned has been going on successfully. But I would like to urge the group members, it is too early for us to start saying that so and so will stand with so and so. We know what is going on in Kenya, that we have some leaders that have been arrested, intimidated, and they've been subjected to some conditions because of their political stance. We are aware that all governors right now, they are trying as hard as possible to be in the line of the handshake, and that one. Even a small boy in my community who are not started school, they understand that. Everybody in power, you have to associate yourself with the handshake and the BBI that was recently stopped by the court. It is so clear, and it is in public domain, that some of the leaders have been prosecuted for political gain. Rigathi Gachagua was just arrested and released with a very huge bond, and other leaders, some of them have been chased from office, and it was just because of their political stand. It is also in public domain that if you are not on the side of Raila or on the side of Uhuru, you will be impeached, you will be arrested. This year will be your talk of the day. The EACC will be camping in your office, and that one every Kenyan knows. So it is too early for us to say Raila has 7 governors from Mount Kenya, yet Ruto has maybe the remaining 3 or Oka or other teams. It is too early for that. Let's wait until the vacancies are declared and some of the offices has been muted a little bit, and then we will know the stand of every leader, because most of them they are where they are because of fear of being intimidated and arrested. Another thing, giving a case scenario of what happened to Kangata and the like of Murkomen when he was impeached and Kangata was installed. He went and be a pro handshake, and then again he came back. Such things are showing clear signs that some leaders are somewhere because they fear something somewhere, and that one we must agree as Kenyans. We have a certain narrative that has been going on, that it is not of good sign in the side of Raila Odinga. You know, right now, Kenya are operating. Kenya is operating on an overdraft. We are borrowing loans everywhere in the national markets. What we need right now is a president that will design another form of economy or another model of an economy that will generate more revenue, because the revenue that we have right now is not enough to run the country. And that's why I borrow the idea of a hustler nation that bottom up will empower the people down there, and then which they intend to have a broader base, which it will create a broader base in terms of revenue collection. And that one, I think we will realize an increase in revenue collection. There is also a narrative that has been going on in the minds of few that some political parties are national political parties. I intend to disagree, especially in every political party. To be specific, ODM. ODM has been, some people has been rebranding as a national party. I don't disagree with that. But what is going on inside the ODM party is actually telling us otherwise. The case scenario of an election was done, in Senate, where Ledama Lekina was elected as the CIPC chairman of the Finance Committee in the Senate. Despite him winning the majority votes in the Senate, he was denied the seat of a chairman. And that was an ODM a slot in the Senate. Secondly, I don't like the idea of a national party where leaders under the party cannot criticize any government doing or the party that they are, to an extent of calling themselves cows to someone. I think that one it's not appropriate for a
Now,
national party.
David, you
Yes,
are
sir.
making a submission very well until you began now to divert. I have one clarification for you and one question.
Thank you.
The clarification is committees in the houses are voted for by both Jubilee and ODM. The one who gets the majority chairs the seat. It's not a decision of a political party. The political party selects people to go to the committee. But when they get in the committee, when they choose the chairman and all that, it is not a political party that decides. It's the members of that committee that votes for so and so to be the chairman. So one party cannot come and say, we don't want you to be chairman, we want you to be chairman. Now, my question to you is, if you are on overdraft as an individual, as David, okay, you have taken loan from several banks and banks are coming for you, all right? And you have a job that you're working, that you're depending on to pay the loan, all right? Do you resign from the work and go and look for a better job that will help you to get enough money to pay the loan, or you continue working as you pay the loan and look for extra means of adding to your income?
Thank you, Bwana Bernard. But I think you didn't understood my point well there. I really meant that right now, Kenyan, we are operating on overdraft. That means every single coin that we are using, we have borrowed, and every project that is going on, it's on debit, or we have borrowed money for that project. My point was, we need a president where he can come up with another economic model which will increase our domestic revenue further than what we have right now, because we have witnessed that what we have now is not sufficient to run the country and the kind of constitution we have, where there are some
That's
offices that has
exactly
been
what I'm
created.
asking you. That's exactly what I'm asking you. If you're
All
already
right,
in debt, okay, and you are
okay,
working, do you resign
okay.
from the work and look for a better job, or you continue working as you pay your loan and look for extra means?
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. I got your question very well, but I didn't say you resign so that you can come up with that. I didn't. My point is far from that. What I mean is we can change our economic model. Instead of trickle down, we come to a bottom-up model.
David,
That,
let
that
me
is
help
what I
Bernard a
mean.
little bit. David, just
Yes,
a quick
Patriot.
one, if you don't mind. Yes, my
Yes,
brother.
Patriot.
What Bernard is saying, and what you are
Okay.
saying has a lot of correlation, but there's something that you are failing to point out, my brother David. What he's using is using a proverb, is using a simile to bring out your point, but you are failing to see the correlation. What Bernard is simply asking you in open terms is this: why will you change a model, okay, that is currently operational, which has attracted a lot of deficit in matters finance? It is working somehow. Don't you think it's good to continue, in terms of segmentation, to use the models that are available as you improve on your finances locally, than changing that in totality? That means you are resigning from your current job and you're actually looking for another job, without knowing whether it's going to be sustainable. That's what Bernard is trying to bring about, if you agree. And what you're answering is actually saying, I'm actually resigning from my work. When you say you go to the bottom up, it means you have, in unequitable terms, you have actually surrendered, you have given up, you have resigned from your current duties to go for another job, which you are not very sure, and yet the man who's given you the money, the parties, the banks, they still want your money. So it is prudent to sustainably retain your financial income today, regardless of the difficulties, as you improve on your income base. But what UDA is telling us, you abandon your current income, dynamics, and then move to something else which you're not very sure, and yet there is a loan to pay. That's what Bernard is trying to bring to your attention, sir.
Thank you, Patriot. But I think I think we are all missing a point here. Nobody is resigning. Nobody is relating this matter to resignation. A bottom-up model doesn't mean you quit what you have and then you go for what you don't have. We continue with the resources we have, and we will employ another strategy that will increase those resources that we have. That's what I meant. I didn't mean that we do away with
David,
everything
you're
that we
telling
have and
us,
we started again.
you are now
Okay,
telling
and
us that
secondly,
UDA
this
will operate
is a
two
this is
models of economy. They will have bottom
no,
up,
no.
then they will have
Mr.
trickle
Bernard,
down.
Mr. Bernard,
Yes.
just
No,
be fair,
I'm just asking.
just be fair to critics, eh?
No, I'm not even criticizing. I just want to understand, okay? Because you told us you need a president who can bring a new model that will be able to help pay the loan. We already incurred the loan. We have it, okay? We are servicing it. We need to service it. So if we will change the model, we will need to do what? To suspend the current model, introduce the new model. The new model should generate enough funds for us to continue paying the loan. We cannot suspend the loan and say, wait, we have introduced a new model, give us some 3 years, we exercise with this model, then we can resume paying the loans. So I just
No,
want you
Bernard,
to help me understand that.
no, Bernard, what I meant is we as a country, the current of economic model has failed. We are employing a turnaround strategy. And the loans and the economic model, actually, they're not those things. They're different things. I did not talk about repaying. The repayment of the loan will remain as scheduled, but we need to come up with other strategies using the bottom-up approach that the Hustler Nation has to increase the tax base, to the broader part of the tax base, so that we can generate more revenue and reserve loans easily by empowering a small business groups in the ground, the mama mbogas and the wheelbarrow guys that has been criticized. And I don't know whether Kikomba will be run without a wheelbarrow. We will empower such people so that they can get to work and more taxes will be paid, and we will be able to stabilize our economy. We have wasted a lot of time with that. Let me continue. You guys, you have really attacked me on that.
No, David,
But
nobody has attacked you. So, Bernard, let me pick it up from
Not
there.
exactly attacking,
Please,
but you have to
order
respond.
everybody. Thank you. Let's give David his final minute to make conclusion. Then we'll rebuttal. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I was trying to analyze the kind of people we want to lead this nation, some of many that have presented themselves to Kenyans have really wanting behaviors that are really disturbing my mind. One, the Raila Odinga versus Ruto, they are there, but I want to talk about Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, 2017, he was with a great friend called Miguna. After the handshake, Miguna was deported. Raila entered into an handshake with the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. It was something that really left Kenyans asking questions. That why Raila Amolo Odinga has never talked about his friend who swore him in on the deportation matters. The court orders that has been issued by Kenyan courts has not been honored up to today. That one really is a bad sign for someone who is seeking such a seat. Number three on that, we have matters to do with corruption. Corruption, since the handshake was entered, we have never had Raila Odinga trying to criticize the government on wrongdoing, and there has been some of the corruption allegations that has been seen by Kenyan and by the media. For example, the issue of KEMSA, and nobody talked about it. So this one led Kenyans to conclude that these leaders, if the money that has been looted has not been shared to them, that is when they speak. When the loot is shared, their silence is also seen by Kenyans.
So
I would like to see
David,
this.
David,
So
how
you are
much
saying
loot has
Raila
been?
shared the looting?
Hold on. How much loot has been lost and shared so far, according to your records?
Thank you very much. You have not heard my point up there. I said since the handshake was ended, so many corruptions has been highlighted in the news, in the public televisions, gazettes, but nobody has talked about it. So many Kenyans assumed that the loot has been shared equally to all to both leaders in the government, and that's why no one has spoke about the corruption that has happened, especially in
Who
KEMSA,
is this
where
no
the
one? Who is
president.
this no one? Are you not talking about it? Are you not somebody?
I will not like to mention names of the people here because we are in
There is somebody
public.
you're expecting him to talk, and when you talk, you're not somebody. What do you mean?
Buena Bernard, you know, we have some people who have been there before 2013 and 2017. If something small goes wrong anywhere,
You
the next
guys,
day they are on the street.
request is to
Chair,
abuse you.
can I ask
Okay.
David one question?
Bernard,
All
it's
right.
my turn.
Even,
I think.
No, look
even,
here. Okay, order.
can I have a question, please?
Dan Right, just hold on. Let's allow Nani to conclude. We go to Patriot, please. And we are beginning to run out of time. So
Thank you very much. Let me conclude like this. Let us give every leader a chance to sell his own agenda. There is no leader who is clean. There is no leader who can say we are safe at his hand. We are only safe at the hands of the Lord, our God. Who created
there are
us.
leaders who are
But
clean.
leaders,
I'm a leader and I'm
human
clean.
beings, you cannot
You
come and
cannot say
say
all leaders are not clean. Based on what? Where did you carry out that research?
what?
Why are you saying all leaders are not clean?
Very
And
well,
yet we are leaders who are very clean, including Patriots.
I
What's
am
wrong with
here.
you,
I'm
David?
leading this meeting, and I'm very clean. Why are you
I'm,
making
talk,
every
I'm
leader?
talking about the current leaders we have. Even
No,
here,
we
I
can
am
know
a
that.
current leader right now. What do you mean?
We are current leaders.
my friend, in the grassroots, I'm talking with experience. I'm talking with experience.
That
Hakuna kitu kama grassroots.
equalization fund.
No. You know, you guys.
David, tukubaliane. We are in Kenya, okay? And the number one priority for all of us on this platform and those watching is Kenya, okay? And
Mulawi,
we
you have
will
a
not
problem
allow
with your
a
microphone.
standard that is not a standard to become a standard, okay? We will not make everybody corrupt because we cannot fight corruption. Corruption is evil. Being unclean is evil, and it remains evil. Now, like that everybody is evil doesn't make evil good or right. So
Mulawi mute.
we have
Mulawi,
clean leaders,
mute.
we have unclean leaders, and the unclean will be dealt with according to the law.
Okay,
Have you finished?
Chairman, can I proceed?
Nataka nani akubali hiyo maneno kwanza ndio tuendelee mbele.
David is a learned man, anatuchezea tu hii maneno amemaliza.
No. Patriot. Let me just put my point out. I said all leaders in that point that you've just corrected, that all leaders are not clean. Find in the grassroots what is happening today. The bursary that is meant for the poor and the needy children has been rebranded to the rich people. In my village where I come, an area MCA, because let me just start from the grassroots. When the bursary comes that is supposed to serve the needy people, he finds the wealthy class and the friends to the such leaders are the first people to be given priority. The 200 or 100 checks should be first written to the friends who are very wealthy, and then the needy will follow with a small amount like 5,000 and 10,000. And every one of you is a witness. Go to your grassroots and find out what is going on. That is where I'm basing my argument. Thank you very much, and enjoy your night, guys.
That is a domestic issue which can change.
I have something to put across.
The corrupt MCA, you have a chance to correct it in 2022. Thank you very much.
I have something to put across. Just small information.
Small
if
information.
You allow me, Chair.
Okay, half a minute done, right?
A minute. There's certain. I can see a certain view or listener. And a certain point, very important point, that was Omanga, Halwale, Mudama, Hassan Omar, Mwaura, and many other leaders working with the DP were elected. There was some issues here. What we're going to say about Raila Odinga is working with only losers and everybody. And this guy is trying to put, I don't know if it's a lady or a guy, is trying to put this point in a very, very important manner. Can those people who are asking that if Kabogo and former Stare MP and whatever were elected, can they also answer to us if Omanga was elected, if Alwale was elected, if Mdama was elected, Mwaura and Hassan Omar. Second, if I finish that 1 minute, David is trying to lie to us. Kama wao wanajua vizuri, the leader they are trying to follow are not clean. Please don't include others in your group. Leave Patrick aside, leave Bernard aside, leave me aside, and others like Raila Odinga who are not corrupt. Thank you, Chair.
I have a question.
Okay.
Omondi, what is
Yes,
the
I
question?
have a question. Yeah. My question goes to David. I heard him talking about a new model, economic model that is yet to be introduced into the country. When a given regime comes into power, this same person that is campaigning to represent a specific regime that is coming was there in government since 2013. So it's clear that if this person is coming up with a new economic model, then therefore he was not there for Kenya since 2013. Where was he since 2013 to 2017? Of which in 2017, immediately after they were re-elected for the second election that happened after the nullification, he started campaigning. Why was he not introducing the kind of economic model that is now selling out to Kenyans? That's the first question. The second question comes when we are only talking about this issue of electing some specific leaders. We are talking about some people being supported by losers, some people being supported by elected leaders. If my memory serves me well, there's a moment where the same deputy president was with all the Tangatanga team, parliamentary team, Tangatanga parliamentary team was in the parliament building, and if I can count, they said there were almost 152 MPs that were there talking about the same president that they were against. Where are they now? Are they the same people that are following this deputy president? Because in rallies that I see him going, I don't see the same faces. Why are they hiding? Those are my questions.
Okay. Less than a minute, please handle those questions quickly. David, unmute and respond. You are mute. You're still mute.
Thank you very much, Bwana Chair. I've had a question that Omondi posed. In the issue of William Ruto is just a deputy president, not the president. And when you're a deputy president, you only do what the president has assigned you to do. Coming up with new economic models, and that it is a manifesto that the likes of the deputy wants to implement in 2022, when God willing, when he gets a chance to serve this republic at that capacity. I would like to give you an example of Raila being an MP for Langata for quite some time. Kibera doesn't change. Kibera is just Kibera, like the Kibera in those times where Raila is there and the Kibera of now. It is just the Kibera. There are some things that you need.
When did you visit there last? When did you visit there last?
What?
When did you visit Kibera last? Have you even ever been there?
David, that's not a fair comment. That's not a fair comment, please.
I think David is using the picture that is meeting over
this idea of taking things, speaking things from
everybody mute. WG mute. Omondi mute, please. Thank you. David.
Yes, sir.
Your statements are given based on what? Okay, because slum upgrading program was started as early as 2002 when Raila was Minister for Roads and Housing. And it's been going on until now. So if you tell me that the Kibera of old is still the Kibera for today, You are the only visitor in Kenya, probably.
No. I've been there. I've been there like last month. I've been there. The upper Kibera towards the bypass. You know, there are some projects
So
that
you
will
were there
only
last
run.
month. How do you compare the size of the slum that was there in the 80s, I mean in the 90s and early 2000 and last month?
I was not privileged to see Kibera at 80s or 90s, and
Then
you
you
will just
cannot
forgive
say
me for
it is
that.
the same Kibera if you have not compared the two.
David alienda
My point
Langas,
was,
nafikiri. David alienda Langas, sio Kibera.
my point is this.
Yeah, you
When
know,
you
David
can,
is talking out of
when you don't
experience.
have some,
David is talking out of experience or out of that tunasemaga practical. Because I personally have been in Kibra and I do be in Kibra like every Sunday. And what Bernard is saying is true. Kuanzia ukianza hapa Kenyatta niseme to high rise moving towards Lind and whatever. Even if you go now, my friend, even upgrade from roads and everything, electricity, and it's totally different with those 2000 and leave even 90s. It's totally different. Kibra of 2013 is totally different with Kibra of today. Unajua nyinyi, the moment the certain guy told me like everyone who have never been Kibra, if you want to use bad example on Raila development, anatumia Kibra. Kibra, even if you go to those buildings were built by Raila called Migingo, the other side of Langata, towards Itwangaji, ukirudi uki 42 wapi Kianda whatever, you will see a big difference. So Kibra, with this leadership that we have now with peaceful and everything here, handshake, but there's a big change. Na kama ukukua huko before, then don't talk about Kibra.
In fact, the remaining part of Kibra is the one the landlords are the stumbling block for the upgrade. They have their demands before the place can be used for upgrade. The rest of the Kibra that belong to the government has been upgraded.
Then I think slum upgrade takes decades. It's not something that we take 5 years then upgrade slum. Slum upgrade takes decades. Do you know Soweto, the largest slum in the world? Soweto has been under upgrade since 1990s. It's not over till today. And remember, South Africa is the most developed country, yet they take that longer to upgrade Soweto. Why do we really give bad examples with the country that we are in the name of defending a leader that we want to elect?
Okay. Let's. I think we settle it there. Patriot.
Oh, thank you.
Please.
I want
take
to.
on Patriot and then you make
Bernard,
your submission. Yes.
Bernard, I have so much to put to perspective here. I hope David does not run away. David has been a very good mover of his motion. He's done so well. But of course, one thing I'm happy, when he has not been factual, he knows. I'm sure he's trying to test our IQ on some of these things. And I think it's time that we actually rebutted and gave him facts. It's all right. So, first things first. The truth will always set us free because that's what we subscribe to. The Miguna issue, which David raised, the answer is very simple. When the good brother Miguna was chased out of this country, the DP was the DP. And as far as the DP is concerned, if you listened to the Mashujaa Day yesterday, he categorically stated that he is the deputy president.
You don't need to be a president for you to assist a Kenyan who has been wrongfully, chased out of his country to come back. As a government and as a principal advisor to the president, that is something the DP will have done. And now it will make much sense, David, if you came here to tell us, Raila left his friend. He's been languishing in trouble, in trouble in a country that is not his. Now you see, the DP is the right man. He has worked his way. He made sure he came back. But if you're talking of a man who is in the pit, you have the longest rope. I only have a small rope. And you're saying, why haven't you tried to see whether you can get the man out of the pit? You're the one who is controlling the machine that propels the conveyor belt, which is able to go up to the ditch. You are two. You are the people at the machine. So it is wrong to say that Raila is to blame, and it's a depiction of lack of leadership if he has not brought back Miguna from Canada. If you're honest enough, you know very well an opposition leader and somebody who is in government as a DP, whether he has the power or not, he has his moral obligation to help somebody who he thinks is a Kenyan who has not been helped by somebody else. It is not an entitlement that it's Raila who should have helped him. I think it would have made more sense today to tell me, David, that you see you guys, you left Miguna who actually saw Raila. Now it's the DP who has brought him. You have not even done so. So, well, both Raila then and Ruto have not done that. So don't take credit on that because your person is actually the DP. Now, the second thing that I wanted to make it clear is that, and I agree with you to some extent, the biggest problem we have in this country is corruption. And I agree with you, David. Corruption has metastasized. It has moved from the national government to the counties. People who had nothing, they are driving very serious vehicles today at the expense of the Kenyan development. And if you ask me where the problem is, the problem sits and rests in the goodwill of the top leader, who is the CEO of the government, the CEO of the country. If you have a president who has the national goodwill to eradicate and deal with corruption once and for all, it might not be a one-off, step to do that. It can be gradual, but if he has the goodwill, the significant goodwill that one requires to deal with corruption, and as a priority, then that is the only hope you can give to Kenyans. If you're going to have the man in the house on the hill, a man who has the political goodwill, who has the experience, who is willing to fight corruption. And that will actually help to, deal with this riddle of corruption that has affected our performance as government, has really slowed the economic growth as a country. And that's where the whole problem emanates from. So the solution to that, if you ask me, it is to fix the leadership. Put the right person as the CEO of the country. Make it the business of Kenyans to choose the right president who has the goodwill, the political goodwill to fight corruption. And in that case, Ruto is not the man. He is not the man. He's not the president who will do that. In his menu, he rarely talks about fighting corruption. If you find somebody having his meals from Monday through Friday, there's no eggs, as part of his meal. He rarely has it, maybe when he has gone to the hotels out there. This person does not love eggs. So when you look at the political speeches that the DP has been able to give out to Kenyans wherever he goes, he rarely speaks about corruption. He only speaks about corruption when he thinks corruption has been politicized. But he has never talked about corruption as a problem. And to me, any leader who does not look at corruption as the capital, as the epitome, difficult, scenario for this country, and as a big problem, of course, that is a person who is not serious, because you must have somebody who is willing to deal with corruption, and you don't need to be a space scientist to know that corruption is what is actually messing this country. Now, the other thing that I wanted to bring it out, which we seem to be losing, and I think it's important that we bring it out, there is the issue of voter apathy. And I think James tried to address it, but I think I need to add some substance to that for it to be properly understood. You see, in the last election, the supporters of Jubilee predominantly came from Central Kenya, or Mount Kenya for that matter, and Rift Valley. Then the rest were those who came in to support and did a bit of additional votes here and there. That being the case, we want to project what is going to happen in the next election, looking at how the demographics of the current political situation is displaying itself. You need to agree with me, and I'm sure that is very obvious, that the mountain, as far as the demographic distribution of votes, is a very critical focus for the both Raila group and the Rutos. That is why the issue of Mount Kenya Foundation is very critical. That's why the voter apathy in Mount Kenya area is very critical by the way. Any serious scientist who is doing political statistics as far as voting patterns are concerned will tell you it has a pointer to something. Number three, the diminishing numbers, the rekindling of the numbers that support the DP today is a very serious projection on what is going to happen at the ballot box. Why? Raila Odinga got about 3% thereabout of the Mount Kenya vote last time in the last election. Any number today, including the Mount Kenya Foundation, who have a very critical role on the direction the Mount Kenya people vote today, is something that you cannot ignore. That is a very, very critical, observation that, in my view, and I think the DP knows that, it's a serious pointer on how things are going. So what are the probable ways of how Mount Kenya is already showing how the voting pattern is going to shape up to who is going to win and who is going to lose? My position is this. Mount Kenya, you are going to have what we call voter apathy, the voter apathy. And let's speak about it. I am not going to be kind on that. Why? The excitement the Mount Kenya brothers have been having when it comes to voting, that excitement is not there. Because this is the first time they're voting of a candidate who is none of theirs, and they have choices which are both choices that do not have special touch to themselves. And evidence to that is actually is already on the display when you look at the new numbers as far as the registration of voters is concerned. Where we expect to get 100,000 people, you're only getting about 3,000, and the only scientific explanation to that is that there is a systemic in terms of voter apathy when we look at the demographic distribution of the way Mount Kenya is going to vote for the presidency. They lack the excitement. And number two, this is the first time when you have both the so-called hustlers and the rich in Mount Kenya speaking differently. But during the time of Jubilee, both, I remember the meeting that was in Safari Park, where the president was, raising funds. The one meal was costing about 50 million a plate. That contribution did not come from the hustlers. It came from the foundation members who are still with the president today, but are not with the deputy president. So you cannot ignore the fact that demographically, Mount Kenya has tainted the vote block, which will have gone to the DP so much to the extent that his popularity has dwindled to 57%. As we are speaking, the popularity of the DP in Mount Kenya region is about 57%. And yet, a few months ago, or a year ago, it was about 95, you know? So that is something that you need to worry. So if Raila has to win the election, which he's going to do, I'll tell you what he's doing. He is going to concentrate in Mount Kenya. Make sure that he reduces the numbers from the DP to the extent that he makes sure the voter apathy continues. They might not say so, but the voter apathy in Mount Kenya is an advantage to Baba because that's a vote that Ruto loses. The next thing is this. If Raila gets 30% of the voters that will be there, and I'm assuming from my projection, I could be wrong, but if you look keenly and the numbers are going to, if factors are going to remain constant, then the maximum voters turnout will be about 4.6 million. That's from my own calculation. So if you're looking at 4.6 million from Mount Kenya region, then 30% goes to Raila, call it 1.8. Then it means, one, the voter apathy has reduced the chances of the DP winning the presidency, and the 30% that Raila will get will actually be additional to him winning the election. And then what confirms that hypothesis is this. Ruto does not have the Hustler Nation following from any other place other than Rift Valley and Central and partly Ukambani. But the moment the Oka people makes up their decision, they're supporting Baba, trust me, the Hustler Nation will only remain in the apathy, affected area in terms of voting block, which will be Mount Kenya, and of course, the tribal block, which comes from Rift Valley. That is where the whole thing is. So my last statement on the same as I let you go, because I don't want to speak much, is this. When you see a person who wants to become a president, who only has governors from his own backyard supporting him, and he does not have any single governor outside his tribal base, that is very serious. What chances does he have to win? Because when you look at things now, Ruto has only governors from Rift Valley. He does not have governors from Western. He does not have governors from Nyanza, where Kisii is included. He does not have governors from Nairobi. He does not have governors from Central, where he thought he will get them. He does not have governors supporting from Nyanza. He does not have this from Northeastern. It will be a serious miracle if the DP will want to tell me that the first time MPs are the one who are going to give him the numbers, forgetting that the tallying centers are going to be done at the headquarters of every county. So if the county CEOs do not support the DP, trust me, that's an early indication that the die is cast for him to go back to Sugoi. Thank you.
Submission. 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 Submission.
A question to ask.
Yes.
Submission.
Submission or a question?
Submission.
Oh, submission, just hold on. Anybody with a question for Patriot? Okay, then if there's no question, we go to Omondi, then WG.
Okay. I've heard what you're talking. He has talked of very important points there that no serious politician will really ignore. You know, there's this fact that the deputy president is trying to run away from by abusing or talking ill about the Mount Kenya Foundation. You know, these people are very, they are very serious and they are watching. The influence that these people have on the mountain cannot be ignored. They will wake up one day, then tell their tribesmen that this is the way we follow. No one will run away from that. And in fact, even me, who is really understanding, I'll really not run away from that. Because I know that my kingpin or my leader, or whoever comes from my tribes and is elder than me tells me to go this direction, I'll follow that direction because maybe they have seen something that will really benefit us. Okay, secondly, on this point of governance, lacking a governor in your camp is something that you can't ignore. You know, these people may be thinking like these governors are their time is coming to an end. Little did they know that the governors have got an influence from their backyards. A governor has got access to resources. They have got people on ground whom they can rally and influence votes. So when you see the DP trying to talk about DP and this brigade, of which the brigade that I see there are the people who are never elected. They never influence anyone to vote for them. In fact, they never influence anyone to vote for them. So when you see them talking about this governor's term coming to an end, then therefore you will really know how myopic this team is. How I wish this is the time that they will try to bring this even a portion of governors into their team, at least to get them some percentage of votes. Then there's this thing that we really need to understand. The DP's team, campaign team, that campaign team is very narrow. However, you see, if the DP is not here today, then there's no one that can convene a meeting to a success. When you see them in post, they'll tour course, yes, but that team will not convene a successful meeting. That's a fact. Today you see the same faces. You will see Omar. You will see Jichope who is there. You will see Aisha Juma. You will just see these people, the same faces. But then when you come to this other camp, you will see different faces coming into the fold. I was surprised when today I saw Kabogo joining that team, which is really significant as well. So this brings us to the point whereby there are some facts that we can't run away from. Winning in politics needs strategies, and winning in politics does not entail abusiveness, does not entail arrogance, does not entail talking about some kind of weaknesses, but it all calls for as manifesto selling. I don't know whether people have been keen on how Raila has been campaigning. Raila has been campaigning in a way that he goes into a place, he doesn't answer the deputy president on his sentiments. He doesn't. The best thing that he does is to sell his manifesto and tell people what he wants, what he stands for, and why he wants to be elected. Now here comes. When the DP is in a given place, he says 6,000 shillings is a handout. Yet he forgets that is the same person who has been distributing handouts in the larger Mount Kenya since 2017. He has been there. He has been camping there, coming there with bulks of notes. Then I saw him the other day distributing wheelbarrows. Those were handouts. Then today he was saying that 120 million will be distributed to counties for businesses. What's that for? That's an handout. So now here comes. He might be forgetting that we people have been following him. He might be forgetting that we people are really listening to his lies. When someone lies today, tomorrow he comes with another thing, another excuse. So let me now focus on the campaign pattern, of how he's been campaigning. So, what do you want to tell me that he doesn't have an opposition in Rift Valley? Do you want to tell me that he doesn't have any form of opposition in counties like Western. So here comes a point where I've been asking myself, why is he not campaigning in Rift Valley? Yet farmers from Rift Valley have been suffering in this regime since 2013. This is something that we really need to look into. If you can't go back to your backyard and support them, then you pretend to be going to other places and supporting. It brings questions. Here comes whereby Uhuru is talking about developments in his backyard, but the DP is failing to look at his backyard. So I really don't understand what it stands for, while it does not come up for the farmers in the valley and pretends to be uplifting churches in central Kenya. I think that's my submission.
Okay, thank you, Mondi. If there is no question arising, let's go straight to WG.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. Actually, Omondi has discussed lots of so many things that I also wanted to mention, so I will avoid them. I want to say that I want to observe that the way things are in Mount Kenya, things are difficult. That one we have to agree. Things are hard for Baba and hard for anyone who is seen with Baba around. So far, if things don't change, even those who are around Baba will face the music. But what are the chances? What is the indication that things will get better in future? There are every indications. It is just a matter of time. People like Kabogo are not people who will just jump just because they like Raila. They will not come close just because Baba is their friend. They are observing. They are watching keenly. And again, there is the Raila factor and the Ruto factor. As far as Mount Kenya is concerned, as far as the Kikuyus as a tribe is concerned. And that's where even yesterday Atuli was mentioning that in whose hands do you think you will be safe? So, okay, I don't want to delve deeper into that because it will make us deviate. But I want to say that the leaders of Central are not mad that they would come behind Raila one by one. We have, including even the president himself, 7 governors out of 10. Like well put by James, you realize that Mount Kenya East is almost now a gone thing, a gone case. This guy is, and mentioning the also Mount Kenya Foundation, you see, and now the MPs are coming up slowly by slowly. It seems that they are coming to their senses and they are looking at Raila and his policies, and they are seeing that this is the man to secure their future. Even without the presidency, they will be safe in the hands of Raila or any other person. But we know that contestant that they can't go to support. It is eminent. The other thing that I'm observing is that with that in mind, the UDA fraternity is so scared. They are so scared to an extent that you know, like just a few months ago, we will not come here to discuss if Ruto went to Central and met a mammoth crowd or met that kind of, shouts and ululations that we met in that ground on Mashujaa Day. But you are seeing on social media, all the UDA supporters were around and confirming how William Ruto is loved. It won't we won't make it a subject of discussion today. If Raila went to the coast and met that kind of welcome or shouts, or if he went to Western or even Kisii, because those are his areas, so it won't form any point of discussion. I mean, it is normal. But why should UDA be so much, on our backs, trying to call our attention to the fact that actually there was a big, confirmation that this guy is loved? It is because they are troubled that maybe things are beginning to change, and for sure things are changing. They are changing, and they are changing faster than they could imagine. The other thing I wanted to take note of is that William Ruto and UDA are running away from three big issues that they are avoiding. Issue number one is the issue of history. They don't want to be taken there. When you try to take them there, it's like you are trying to wash a child in a cold water. They will be always running from that basin. That is William Ruto with history. And the reason why I'm saying that, why is William Ruto running away from his own history? Because he has never been on the good side of history. Number one, during KANU, he was the messenger of persecution. They were the hands that Moi used in his totalitarian rule and dictatorship. They were the messengers. Number two, economically, he has his footprints in the printing of those currencies, the 500 notes that brought the economy of this land on its belly. So William Ruto does not have anything to show. And when the 2010 constitution, 2010 constitution was there, he opposed it. The very constitution he's pretending to be, he was pretending to protect against the BBI. He opposed it. So there's nothing that Ruto derives from a better history. And of course, when it comes to Kikuyu, the Kikuyu fraternity and Ruto's history, that one we cannot even go there. I don't want to mention. So he's running away from that. Number two, Ruto is running away from a vigorous and well-probed policies that is presenting to this land. You will not find Ruto engaging with professionals and questioning his policies because he has nothing specific to pin down that this is what I'm going to do. Even the bottom-up thing is it begins strongly but ends nowhere. It just like hot hair. Like David tried to mention here that we will be extending the tax bracket. You can imagine that our whole country now will be depending on mama mbogas and the wheelbarrow pushers and the car wash people, because William Ruto will not tell you his plans about reviving the failing industries, and beginning others. He will not tell you clearly what he's going to do in the field of agriculture, that this is my policy, like Raila is inculcating his own. So William Ruto has been running away from there. Raila today will go to the university people, and he will not just pump them with what he wants. He gives them room also to talk and probe him. So they engage in that manner. This is a person who is not only willing to give you what he has, but also is not scared of taking responsibility for the things he is promising the Kenyans. And he is also willing to get from you what your proposals are, and he is not running away from implementing them. That is the Raila Odinga we are seeing today. Finally, Ruto is running away from corruption. That one to Ruto is like, leprosy to him. He cannot touch because he has, I don't know. Well, I'm not going to elaborate more on that, but Ruto cannot mention anything about, corruption. Like Raila today was like, I know how the monies are disappearing. I will block all those leakages and get money to use in this other the proposals I'm making. William Ruto can never come up like that, and therefore, no wonder that William Ruto in his meetings he encourages noises and ululations and cheers, so that things become so energetic, and it ends up like that. Raila Odinga, when he's addressing and giving his policies to people, when you try to shout and you try like baba baba, he will tell you, vijana nyamaza, 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 sikizeni chenye nasema, because it is so important for people to hear and listen to what he is presenting to them. It is not about praising Raila. It is about what is Raila for, what he means for the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, WG. I think that's clear enough. I want us to begin to call it a day. Mulawi, bado upo ama umeenda?
We are nalala.
Okay, now let's hear from Joe.
Hello, good evening, or good morning, good afternoon, according to the time zone Mali Uko.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning to you from Nairobi.
Yeah, I've just come to the show, and actually, I tried to get in earlier, maybe like 20 minutes ago, but then something cropped up. I've had YG. Is he called YG? YG has almost summarized what I wanted to talk. So, gentlemen, I think there's no lady. I'm glad the show is going on. I don't think I have much, but if I might say, I can say I totally agree with what Weji has said. Ruto has run out of ideas. He's clueless. He's got nothing new. In fact, if you listen to his speeches in Mombasa, there are about 3 items. It's about Mganga. It's about they want to create a VL. There's nothing else that he's saying that is new. But unlike Raila he's doing things differently almost every day. The speeches might be more or less the same, but the things that he's doing are actually different. Ruto is now resorted into buying cheerleaders or something like that, or cheering crowds. And like Waji correctly said or rightly said, he likes that bubbling crowd. That means he's desperate to show that he's popular, but he doesn't have any substance to tell the people. I saw the other day at Likoni, people were saying he timed the ferry, Likoni ferry. Those of you who have been in Mombasa, when the ferry docks, there are 2 groups of people: the ones that want to board and the ones that are going out. So he sort of ambushed them just to show that he's popular, but that is not the case, on the ground. So all in all, I think Raila is making inroads. Ruto is trying to come out of current house, but still outside is also still hot. So I don't know, maybe in future he'll go back to current house, which I think is more comfortable for him. But if he tries to imitate or copy what Raila is doing outside, I think he won't make it, because his popularity, he was depending on Central, and the Central is now being taken over. All other places, even Western Coast, even the pastoral community, I don't think they're going to be welcoming to Ruto. So I think, in a nutshell, Ruto is in a trouble. Earlier in this show, I think about 2-3 months ago, I said it that by March, April, Ruto will be nothing. And you'll not be surprised if he is in the ballot and Mudavadi remains in this contest. Ruto might probably come number 3. That's all I want to submit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we should call it a day. Patriot.
So we start by me, yeah?
Or we start with Omondi. You give your final remarks. We go to Patriot. We're out of here.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing much to say, but let's focus. Let's deliver this country from the shackle of corruption, and let's deliver it from tribalism. Let's just be patriots, like patriots here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mondi. At WG, your final word.
Yeah, my final word is just like appeal to Baba handlers that they should stick in Central. That is where the win is gonna come from. Once they conquer the Central, and our brothers are with them, the Central brothers, the way they are, moving towards his side, things will be okay. Things will be okay. And like the Mount Kenya West, that is where the challenge is still for a greater part. So they should sit down and find a way. And I know that this will happen with Akina Kabogo joining in, and those others. Those are people with brains, and they are the kind of people who can handle, actually. They are the kind of people who can handle William Ruto na ujanja zake. Those people pia ni wajanja. So they should sit down and formulate a method that resonates quite well with the ground, so that they don't take so long time to get those people. So because there should be a timeline upon which they should actually bring the majority on their sides. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, WG. Thank you, Mondi. Patriot, you will have the last word. So let me just say that the process is on. The die is cast. Let us let's get this victory, and let it be clear victory. We don't want to escape with victory. We must escape it. We must get the victory clearly. Daybreak. Mtu aende nyumbani amenyamaza. Sio story eti hii ilikuwa hii ikawa ile. For that to happen, everybody must go and work full length, no reservation, full tank.
Full throttle.
Thank you. Patriots.
Oh,
Malaysia.
okay. I'll finish by, I'll do my conclusion by presenting one of the serious examples that will bring the point home. You know, you have two people who are planning to do a wedding, and then one person decides to fuel his vehicles, and asks for anybody to attend his function that he gets some money, and he will also get lunch in advance as they go to the venue of the wedding. Then one person decides to say, me, I want you to come to my wedding, but I will not give you anything. If you are genuine friends, just come and see how the wedding will be. Then participate and then let's celebrate together because I'm getting married. One will easily mistake the fact that majority will board the vehicles that goes to the destination where they will get money and they'll be guaranteed of food, to mean that they love the relationship of those who are getting married. It is not necessarily that, and of course you want to imagine that the two will have the same numbers. The answer is this: where money and food is provided, majority will go that direction. But when you really want to know whether people approve of the marriages, you might be surprised that the ones who went voluntarily without being paid anything, they actually approve of the other marriage in terms of rating higher than this one. This is the scenario that we are being treated to. The DP is using money. People who come to his gathering, they know somebody is going to be given some 100,000, 50,000. Because of that kind of financial theatrics, you will have many people attending. I'll tell you for sure, people who attend the DP's rallies, majority, they want to see that miraculous giving of money, which he does every time and again. And those who you see going to Baba, they are going to listen to Baba knowing they will come the way they went. So if you are looking at genuine supporters, you would rather have those people who are willing to sacrifice their time without any inducement than these ones that you have induced and they have come, and then you say you haven't. So it is very clear that the crowds that we are seeing do not necessarily point out the kind of support base that is there between Baba and the DP. The ones for Baba, those are genuine. The ones for DP, there's a bit of chuvi there, nanyanya na nini. So we are not sure, and I think time will tell. He will be so surprised when the vote, the numbers will actually come out. And I wish he stopped giving this money so that he doesn't go into a shock when he will realize that the numbers, so that he gets prepared to know that you can lose. But this excitement of having self-deception, to me, it's a self-deception. It might have what we call internal hemorrhage, which might cause him to lose his political life too fast. So this is what we know for some of us, and politics is about perception. He's riding on perception for sure, and he thinks people will look at the crowd, so they want to go because they saw the crowd the other end. But Kenyans are brilliant. I'm sure we're able to dissect and be able to interrogate. As we do this on this platform, many people are going to see the clarity. As I said, the night and the day is getting clearer, and people are going there. For me, if you asked me, this is the Mandela moment, and it's coming. We are not worried that some of them will vote and let the DP have some numbers. Let him have about 6 million, and we hit him with about 11 million. I mean, we need to have a competitor for sure. So let not everybody come this end. Let them stay on that end. And for those few remarks, I want to wish Kenyans a good morning, I think, and may God bless Kenya. Those who are in the diaspora, for one reason, if you think you went there because there was no peace, there will be peace in Kenya. If you think that because there was no job opportunities and because you had no money to support your parents, now come home. You will have to come home and work from there, because there is 6,000 that will be take care of those shosho mama huyo kwa Waluya wanaita kuka, all those ones. They will be taken care of. So you have reason to come home and prepare to actually enjoy the fruit of your country by receiving the third liberation, which is actually the economy. The economic third liberation is what we are yearning for, and that is the Mandela moment which we are waiting for. Thank you so much. Back to the chairman.
Okay, thank you, guys. Let's give a shout out to a few of our followers online. We appreciate Gaddafi TV. Thank you so much. Savage TV 254. We salute you. Wycliffe Machora. Thank you. Martin Wilson. You are always there. We appreciate you. Anne Wanyoike. Thank you for joining us and continuing to follow Mtembei TV. Dennis Ondiek. Thank you so much. You say bottom up rubbish. Sorry. Okay. And then we have Jacqueline Radito. We appreciate you for continuing to follow our broadcast. DJ Kashkut. I hope I pronounced that right. Simon Jean, thank you so much. We have who else? Nahash Nazarura. Thank you for following us continually. Robert Male, we salute you. Thank you so much. Alex Mpemba. Tunawashukuru nyote kwa kuendelea kutegea Mtembei TV na kuendelea kuchangia katika mjadala wa leo na kila siku. Tunatazamia kuwa na wakati mzuri tena wa majadiliano hapo kesho. Kwa hivyo salia papo hapo, hakikisha kwamba una invite mtu kushare na kusubscribe ili usikose kipindi chochote ambacho tutakuja. But more than that, we have a country to take care of. It's called Kenya. And so don't just vote. Make sure you're voting for Kenya. The vote for Kenya is safe for all of us. Make sure that that guides you, not just the incentives, not just the noise. Make sure that your vote is for a country that you will be proud of and a leadership that you will stand by. And you'll be proud to tell your children you put this in office and it brought this in existence. Don't miss this opportunity. If there has been any time when we will have historic elections, this is the second time we are having historic election. We had one in 2002, another one in the referendum of 2010. Now this is the third one. Make sure that you do your historic vote rightly. God bless you all. Let's do this again another time. Thank you.